Good morning. What's going on? How are we doing? All right. Let's get into some monsters and memories today. We have some patch notes to go over, so we're going to do that first. So, good morning, good morning. I hope everyone's doing well. There's actually a lot of patch notes. Holy moly. Bard? Wizard changes, quad kiting changes, druid changes. Holy moly. Spellblade changes. And then some more patch notes. Wow. So, let's go over the patch notes. These came out this morning at 3:19 a.m. I am just getting my stream started a little bit later today than normal at almost 10 a.m. But let's look over the patch notes, give my thoughts on them, all that kind of stuff. Looks like a really big patch, so yeah, lots to do here, even though it was a very, very small download. So I think most of this is going to be server-side patch. But let's take a look at it. This is patch notes for 0.25.1.1. Things to watch out for. Interesting. We have re-enabled some systems that caused lag when we launched 0.25.0.0. If they cause lag again, we will revert this patch and refix them after grabbing some profiles. I did notice some lag over the past few days, but we'll be looking for some lag today during our gameplay to see if we see any increased lag. There have been significant changes done to merchants. Please report any issues. Curious what they did there as well. I'm wondering, like, I'm pretty sure they're trying to keep it where different merchants buy different things for different prices. I don't think they're changing any of that. But I know a lot of people don't like that system. They want to see merchants buy just everything. So I wonder if they're going to change that in the future. I don't think that's what this change is, but we'll see what actually changed. Hopefully we'll be able to figure it out. Lag-related fixes. The following systems have been fixed and re-enabled. So consignment containers, nice, and item links in chat. So this has been bugged for several days now. It's been kind of frustrating when you're trying to link items, especially for people that are trying to sell items. When you link the thing, people have figured out a way to copy links though from like the wiki over, and that's where you get those blue links in chat, and those blue links do work. The one thing that I did notice that did work, which I guess doesn't really matter now, is if you have seen the item recently, like in that play session, and somebody links you the item, then it still functions. But if you haven't actually seen the item physically prior to that, then the link didn't work. So glad to know that they are fixing that, or they have fixed that. Fixes. Charm buff will now properly be removed when camping out. This sometimes you'll notice that a mob is charmed when the people camp out. It'll have like the little icon over the mob, and then it can't be recharmed, and it causes some issues there. Charm pets no longer get aggro stuck when their owner logs out, so that's good. Fix duplicate player models when entering stealth, or show stealth VFX when not required. Another very good fix. People were using this to lag other people out. It was actually causing some issues in certain areas. And then anybody that had a rogue in their party knows that going in and out of stealth, it just caused a bunch of rogues to appear. It was kind of annoying. This also, though, I'm wondering if they fix this with people that are casting invisibility, and then also gate. I've noticed that it leaves behind a character model sometimes when those happen. So I wonder if that fixed that also. Spellbooks will now properly turn no drop when they contain no drop abilities. So good change there. After mages now fade more quickly. Oh, the ones, I guess, when you do the blink ability, and I think the phase shift ability, and then other things. So those fade more quickly. Fixed logic for blink effects. preventing falling through the world. That is also another very nice change. I'll have to test that out on my wizard, and then also test it out on my Spellblade with the phase shift ability. Equipping items with shift right click now properly cleans up their stats and effects. Good change there. Improved server performance related to merchant interaction. This one, I guess, is probably tied to this one up here, wherever this one up here. Frenzy, Psionic Hemorrhage, and other multi-attacks now show correct damage values in the combat log. Awesome. Druid Gust of Wind line now properly stuns and interrupts. Very good. And Shadows Snare line now counts as a movement dispel tag for various abilities that break snare. Ooh. So anyway, this one, that's actually good. That's one of those changes that they talked about where NPCs are probably going to have the ability to dispel movement buffs. And so this is probably one of those changes to that. Interesting change. We'll have to see how that one plays out. Like those spiders. I wonder if the spiders, the Shadow Snare line is on those spiders in a Veil of Zentar, the Invis spiders that will poison you and snare you. So we'll have to check those out. Click to consider menu configurations and spelling fixes. Awesome. Consignments. You can no longer drop a consignment item to cancel the consignment. You must now hand it to a consignment agent. Okay. That's a little bit more work for the person that took on the consignment, but I guess, you know, hey, you took on the consignment, you now have the responsibility of that item. PvP. I'm not really into PvP. We're going to kind of go over these quickly, but we'll check them out because, you know, some people might be interested in PvP. So guards will now aggro PvP aggressors via PvP aggro status on 3 conditions. Aggressor is within a guard's aggro range. Defender is within a guard's social range when struck by an attack. And a PvP aggressor gets within a guard's aggro radius after attacking a player who is not, who is not factionally KOS to the guards. That's a lot of words. I feel like that could have been shortened, maybe. I don't know. Maybe not. This means if you have the PvP aggro status and walk near a guard, you will be treated as a kill on sight while in that status. Beware. Oh, that's actually very interesting. So if you have this tag, even if you're not currently attacking an enemy, then it will consider you to be KOS. That is pretty big change for PvP players. Definitely watch out for that. PvP opt-in status now requires a manual input. Typing the command PvP opt-in will begin a cast time to flag your character to opt-in status. Adjusted/who results for alternate who rule set option. So yeah, they took away the who. Who is no longer acts as disabled. They disabled it. I guess they're bringing it back. If who all is used, shows total player count online. If who all LFG friend guild is used, shows those results. Only your own guild results will show. Friends will not show up on a who friend query unless both are mutual friends as per mutual friend rule set option. Very good change, I feel like, for PvP especially. I think that change should go for both PvP and PvE, but that's just my personal opinion, and it might actually work that way. But if it does, I would like that. LFG users should continue to be aware they can use /anonymous or /roleplay to hide their zone results. Updated group finder window functionality, another very good change. I wonder if this is just for the PvP server, though. If a player or group leader is anonymous, a zone will no longer be shown for group listing or personal LFG listings. Updated tracking, slightly lowered player tracking normalization range to make sure bards get full effect. Players now show up as a race player instead of their actual name. Ogre player, goblin player. That's actually another really good change for PvP. Some of these changes for PvP are really, really nice. Even though I don't PvP, I'm glad they are looking at these for those people that do want to PvP, because it definitely makes the game more fair for those players. I know some people like to target other players in PvP, and they like to grief them directly. And these are all ways that they're trying to prevent that. So very good job, I think, on the dev side. I'm sure some players will probably disagree with that, and that's okay. So PvP balance. Enchanter Mesmerized line now properly baseline PvP durations. That's probably another very good change. 8, 12, 16, and 20 seconds, depending on tier of spell. Increased Bard Song, Somnifurious Serenade, baseline PvP duration from 10 to 12 seconds. Archer Smoke Bomb Arrow now has proper baseline PvP duration and diminishing returns, set to 8 seconds. Added a small PvP bonus to chance to break on damage for various CC abilities. Physical and martial abilities now only provide 25% of their innate hit bonus in PvP. This will make it so a lot of abilities that never missed before will have a chance to do so. Okay. Further adjusted PvP global mitigation values. Mitigation begins at level 10 instead of level 20. Auto attacks, martial abilities scale from 10 to 33% reduction. Direct damage ability procs scale from 10 to 50% reduction. And then damage over time ability scale from 10 to 33% reduction. And pets scale from 20 to 40% reduction. So there you go, the mitigation for the different PvPs. Another pretty good change, because wizards with their direct damage spells, if they did full damage, would be able to one-shot a lot of players. As you get to higher levels especially, you can pretty much one-shot most classes in the game except for like tanks. So very good change throughout there. I like these changes for PvP. Again, I don't play PvP. I have no intentions of playing PvP, but I'm glad that they are looking at it for those that like it. Allegro, so this is a Bard changes. Allegro and Aria buffs no longer cancel out or are blocked by other haste and slows. They can both be applied at the same time, and only the greater effect is used. This is not part of the Bard deep dive or update or whatever, but it sounds like since they are testing these and changing these, seems like they're probably going to keep these buffs in for the Bard, is my guess, because if they aren't going to, they probably would have just said, you know what, we're going to be fixing that later with the Bard changes, so we're not going to worry about it. Or at least if they are changing that, the Bard is not going to be changed soon. Otherwise, they probably wouldn't be worried about it. All right, Wizard changes. So Wizard has been very highly debated on Discord, on Reddit, in my chat, in Twitch, like all over the place. I did not like the overall changes. I did get a chance to play the Wizard a bit more recently in a group setting rather than in a solo setting. So I did do some quad kiting on my Wizard, but I just recently did a group setting Wizard, and I really like the way that it plays with the rotation. I was doing a volley, then a direct damage spell, then a reclaim, and then a volley, direct damage, reclaim, and I kept repeating that, and it was really nice for the mana gain, using less mana basically for each of your direct damage spells. Overall, it felt really nice. They had a lot of sustained damage, and they were doing pretty good DPS in my opinion. So I do like the Wizard changes. I'm still on the fence about the glyph changes. I think that the glyph does add some more versatility and allows you to have obviously more spells to your disposal, but it didn't feel good when trying to play the Wizard with the glyph, especially when I was using like volley, because volley is a channeled spell. It's an instant cast, but channeled, and it doesn't necessarily make it cast faster and stuff like it. I don't know. Anyway, definitely test it out if you're a wizard and give them feedback on that if you like it or don't. I like some of the changes. I don't like some of the changes. But let's read over what these new changes are for today. So Reclaim Magic. AoE Reclaim is causing issues in PvP and made it challenging to use in some areas. With some additional concerns reported from community feedback, we're going to return this to a single target spell. I don't like the way that they worded this, because they said basically because of PvP, they're reverting it for PvE. Don't necessarily like that. I would really hope in the future we don't change things for PvE side of things simply because of PvP. But there were some other concerns with it. I had some concerns in PvE as well. I prefer this to be a single target spell, so I'm kind of glad that they did this change, but hopefully in the future we're not getting a lot of PvP related changes on the PvE side. After reviewing player feedback on play data, it was clear Reclaim Magic had some concerns. It was challenging to coordinate in multi-wizard groups. This is another big problem that I've seen with Reclaim Magic. I was in a group or in a situation with multiple wizards recently, and it doesn't feel good. I feel like you should have your own stacks on the mob for you to reclaim, but then it would change where the bonus 10% damage that everyone can do. So there's kind of a little bit of give and take there, but hopefully they continue to look at the Reclaim Magic. And limited options to feel effective using damage spells other than volley. Reclaim Magic is now 30-second cooldown. That is a huge change. I don't know if I like that too much. I like doing it as part of the rotation. But if they finally did increase the mana that you get back on it, it was a 5-second cooldown, and you were supposed to be getting back at the high level 30 mana per stack. It actually wasn't working correctly, so hopefully they did fix that. It looks like they fixed it right down here, so we'll read that in a second. This 30-second cooldown means a lot less mana returned to the wizard. So we'll have to see how that plays out. The wizard sustain now is going to be significantly lower. So you can use it 2 times each minute. It works the same way in that it reclaims marks of magic from a target NPC and gives mana back for each stack that is consumed. For wizards using glyphs, there will be a 30-second reclaim magic buff that appears, so you have clear feedback on when your cooldown is completed. I would hope that they take this buff, though. Like, I think they need to add in a new window for special buffs like this that are on your NPC or on your character, like a special buff window that are short-term buffs. I think they said at one point they were going to be adding that in the UI. They have not done so yet. It is kind of annoying to have to look at your big buff bar wherever you put it on your screen. It is kind of annoying to look at that and try to find these different buffs within there, because especially when you're like raid buffed, you might have 15 or 20 different buffs up there, and it's kind of hard to find some of these buffs, these short-term buffs. And this includes the Druid season buffs. So hopefully they do add in something special so that we can know as wizards, Druids can know as Druids for their seasons, and other classes know as well what buffs they have going that are short-term. The 30-second cooldown should now make it easier to coordinate in multi-wizard groups, so more than one wizard can stack marks quickly and can turn reclaim for mana. What I don't like about this is not that the cooldown. That's not the issue, in my opinion. The issue is that they would stack it up and then reclaim, and then you have to stack it up again for your damage, and then you'd have to literally it's just I want to be able to get mana back when I want to get mana back. And if I'm having to talk to the other wizard and every 30 seconds I can get mana back, and it's just a whole thing. Like, I guess you could do it this way every 15 seconds. You could get mana back, and then the other one could do it the other 15 seconds, and you can bounce back and forth that way. But what if you have 6 wizards or something? And then you see where the problem is? That is the issue that I have with it, is it's that I feel like a wizard should not have to coordinate super well with another wizard just to get some mana back, as this is kind of a big deal for wizards. It's not like, hey, I'm going to snare the mobs and you dot the mobs, for like 2 druids or something. It's a completely different animal. Plus, I'm pretty sure that dots, all druids can dot and they all stack. The snare, of course, won't stack, but once you have a snare on the mob, you don't really need to snare it again. So I feel like this is a special case for wizards, and they need to look at that further, in my opinion. This also opens up options to use other spells than volley to stack up marks while waiting for your cooldown. Volley spells are still valuable for stacking marks quickly in order to get the damage bonus, but it now feels like this is not the overwhelming best choice. So I actually like that rotation. I was just talking about this before we started this whole wizard thing. I like the volley, nuke, reclaim, volley, nuke, reclaim. I liked that rotation. I think it felt really good. So I kind of hope they revert this whole change. All of this stuff just may feel bad. I'm going to get in and I'll test it out, but I'm not liking a lot of this so far. Mana return scales from 5 to 25 mana per mark consumed based on character's level. Reclaiming twice per minute will give as much as 250 mana back. So they increased the mana to 30 per stack, but it didn't function that way. and then decreased it down to 25 per stack. That seems kind of weird. It's like they didn't even test it at 30 to see if that felt good or not, because that literally was not a change that made it into the game. I'm not sure if the devs were aware of that or not, but the tooltip said 30, but it was not returning 30 per stack. Please keep in mind that while you're casting, you also benefit from standing mana regeneration. The mana regeneration from Sorcerous Mind and the Arcane Invocation is available every 5 minutes. This was a 10-minute cooldown. Is it changing to 5 minutes? We'll have to check that one as well. It's important for wizards to have mana to play effectively, and it's also true that wizards have many stacking ways to speed up mana regeneration. Please spend some time playing with this change and share your experience with us. So I will be checking all of these changes out probably today, because those are pretty significant changes to the wizard. I was really liking the way it felt before, as of yesterday, and now we'll see. I will give it a chance. Quad kiting. This one was feeling better after the recent changes. So the first change felt terrible. The damage was way too low. The mana cost was way too high. They adjusted it, and then it felt okay. It was kind of hard to quad kite because they did adjust the mana and damage ratios. I was running out of mana to do mobs that were probably 8 to 10 levels lower than me. This is out on level 60, and I was killing mobs that are around level 50 to 52. And I was completely running out of mana to do it. So it felt okay, but we'll have to see what they changed here. Quad kiting should be an effective way to play, but should also come with some risk. Requires skillful play and good gear to be effective. I agree with that 100%, and take a reasonable amount of time to kill 4 monsters. Again, I agree with that. Quad kiting prior to all these updates was way too good. It is how I leveled up my wizard from 1 to 60. Well, from 8 to 60. I grouped from 1 to 8. And then from 8 to 60, I quad kited all the way up, and I was able to level less than 200 hours. We'll put it that way. I could have probably done it in about 150. So it was way, way too strong previously, and they are making adjustments to it to hopefully make it better. Quad kiting should also be most effective on lower blues, not necessarily light blue, but probably on the low end of dark blue. And again, that's what I was fighting when on my level 60 wizard. I was fighting dark blues that are like level 50 to 52. I believe they become light blue at that level around 12 levels lower than you, I think, if I remember correctly. We want to support quad kiting as a mechanic. This is very good to know. But in the past, it has been faster and easier than it should be. 100% agree with that. We don't want to make it unachievable, but we do intend to make it more challenging than it was pre-update. Perfect. Love to hear that. If you find you're having trouble quad kiting solo at your level and gear quality, consider grouping up with another person. Another wizard or druid can quad kite also. Several classes could toss dots on your targets or otherwise contribute damage. Consider getting some buffs or other assistance. I'm going to talk about this in a second because that actually doesn't work the way that they're kind of explaining it. It doesn't work very well. At many levels, solo quad kiting is possible, but it's even more reliable in duos and small groups if you're having difficulty. So I want to comment on this a little bit. If you have a second wizard, that would be good. A second, or having a druid, that's also good because you're quad kiting. You're hitting 4 enemies at once. If you're trying to do these dots, that can change things because if the dot gets resisted, you have one mob that dies early or whatever, it causes some issues when you play that way. You would have to really coordinate well with the other player if they're doing stuff like that, or if they're just targeting one mob at a time. You know, you could have, let's say, a rogue, you're quad kiting on your wizard, and a rogue just comes in and targets one of the mobs, and then it's kind of tabs between them. They have to really focus and try to keep those mobs in the same health range. Otherwise, it kind of ruins the quad kiting aspect. So with a druid and a wizard duo, excellent, probably work really well, but trying to work this out with dots and other types of damage, it just doesn't work that way. Like I don't know how much the devs have tried this, but it's kind of difficult to manage and really not worth it. So you're not going to see, I don't think, very many quad kiting wizards inviting a duo to their party that is not another quad kiter. With the change in Reclaim Magic, we lowered the cost of the burst spells slightly to offset the decrease in mana regeneration from Reclaim Magic. That's okay. All right. We'll have to see how that plays out. We've tested quad kiting at a variety of levels and found it still possible and reasonable to do with the intellect available from common quality gear and jewel crafting jewelry for many level ranges. My only concern here is I wasn't really using Reclaim Magic when I was doing quad kiting recently on my level 60. So I was basically burning them down, and I might have done one reclaim before defeating the monster. So I wasn't like getting 5 stacks and then doing a reclaim and then getting 5 stacks and then doing a reclaim, because the damage was high enough where when the mobs that I was killing, if I were to nuke it 5 or 6 times, it was basically dead anyway. So I would basically get 1 reclaim per group of 4. So I don't feel like it was really necessary to reduce the cost of these. But again, we'll test it out and see. If you're finding it challenging at your levels while wearing reasonable gear and using good techniques to be more mana efficient, we'll look forward to your feedback. All right, we'll check that out. Arcane Nova and Lightning Nova lines have decreased mana cost. These were already very mana efficient. The problem with them was you couldn't really use them effectively in quad kiting, because if you were next to a mob, if you're next to 4 mobs at once on a wizard, especially at the higher levels, you're just going to get destroyed. So these were not very effective in quad kiting, but they were already better mana efficiency than your burst line. So curious why they made that change. Probably because they lowered the mana cost of the burst line, and now they're just going to lower those also. Fixed a text bug that spammed you with notifications when you cast Arcane Acceleration. Good. Glad they didn't. They fixed that. That was, it kind of filled up the bar, or the chat bar a little bit. Fixed a variety of damage spells that were a bit too high in mana cost, cast times, or low on mana efficiency relative to other spells in their line. Very, very good change. So glad that they did this. This was probably my biggest complaint, but this shouldn't be in the quad kiting section. This should be throughout the entire wizard. So I wonder if this part is quad kiting and this part is just wizard changes. They didn't really specify that there, but it is what it seems like, because this is, quad kiting. Anyway, point is that, yes, the mana efficiency was kind of all over the place, so hopefully it is now in a better place. For example, casting Fireball or Greater Fireball was not worth casting. You would rather use your Arcane line. It was just way more mana efficient to use and just better in almost every situation. Seal of Magic, melee attacks no longer apply Mark of Magic. I personally like that, but I think there will be a couple players that don't like that. They actually preferred being able to melee. Wizards can scribe and cast See Invisible again. Another very good change. I hated that they removed the See Invisible unless you cast the Shroud of the Magi on your target and it made them invisible. Then they could see invisible. They need the See Invisible spell. This is also included as part of the Shroud of the Magi. So it is still part of this, but it is now a separate spell. Very good change. I'm glad they did that. All right, moving on to Druid. Let's talk about them for a little bit. I have not had a chance to play the Druid, but I have heard a lot of feedback from people, so I'll kind of give you my thoughts on it. But again, I've not had a chance to really play it to get a feel for it. We got some great feedback and play data from the Wisdom changes on beta. I can tell you that Druids, that Wisdom change was causing them to do a lot of damage and heal really well at the same time. So I'm hoping that they adjusted that. They need to tune them down a little bit, maybe even a medium bit. Added Sense Magic to the Mantle of Summer and Mantle of Winter spells. So very cool. So you just get Sense Magic automatically. Some tuning on lower level spells to make them more affordable to cast. This was also a very good change. There was a spell, I think you get like the level 8 nuke, and it was like 48 mana to do like 20 damage or something ridiculous on that low level spell. It was just kind of like, what? So good. I'm glad they changed those. Hopefully that is one of the ones that they did change. Fixed Druid dots to correctly scale with Wisdom for damage. So this was an issue. I think people were saying the direct damage was scaling really well, but the dots were not. So that's a good change there. We'll have to see what the damage is. I do know that Shaman right now, they have not had their class update happen. However, Shaman are doing considerable damage with their dots because of this wisdom change. So I'm curious what they're going to do with the Shaman in the future. But now Druids are probably going to have the same issue, we'll call it. So we'll have to see how that plays out. I personally feel like Druid dots should be more efficient than their direct damage spells, but Wizard direct damage spells should be the most efficient damage for damaging abilities in the game for spell casting types of abilities. So again, we're gonna have to check all these out and kind of compare and contrast them. Druid healing lineup. Summer's Warmth line, your big heal. Touch of Nature line, a mana efficient line that does half of its heal immediately. This is kind of the main benefit of that. No other healer has this benefit. They have to wait at least 6 seconds for their main heal line or their mana efficient heal line to go off for their first tick of healing, including the cleric, right now until the class changes come in at least. But this is a big thing for Druids, and they need to keep that in mind when they're playing their Druid. Even if their heals are less mana efficient, they get an upfront immediate heal. The other half is over 12 seconds, so it's every 6 seconds, but it's a total of 12 seconds. Spark of Nature, your quick heal when someone needs healing fast, or the other two heal lines are more than you need. So cool, good changes there. We'll have to see what those numbers look like. Healing spell changes. When the Shaman and Cleric class updates roll out, the shared minor heal line will go away. But with the healing spells listed above plus regeneration, Druids should have plenty of options for keeping their party healthy. So that's a pretty big change. I feel like Druids are fine right now. From the Druids that I've talked to that are healing, they're like, I'm healing fine. I'm keeping up with my mana. Basically, a Druid focused 100% on healing and not doing anything else is able to maintain 100% mana and keep their group alive without any issue. Now, if they start adding in snares and dots and direct damage spells and things like that, then of course they're going to start cutting into their mana. And that should be where it is, I feel like. So, well, again, we'll have to look at these and see how they play out. Summer's Warmth line no longer requires you to be in season summer in order to use it. It does still benefit from the plus 20% healing bonus from season summer, which is good for big heals and mana efficiency. People were complaining about that, saying that they didn't have access to this line while they were in spring and autumn, which was the preferred place to be, is spring and autumn because of the mana regen. So probably a really good change for Druids. We'll have to see what they say about that. But I feel like that's probably a pretty good change. People are preferring to be in those two spring and autumn for that mana regen. And they just didn't like not having their Summer's Warmth line. Summer's Warmth no longer heals for more health if the target has Touch of Nature. Okay, that's actually a pretty significant change with this change. But now that I guess you can use it outside of summer, I guess it's just a balancing. So again, have to see how that plays out. Damage spell lineup. This I feel like is where the Druid kind of got a little bit OP, if you want to put it that way. They were doing a lot of damage for that class, which is a primarily healer class. Based on significant community feedback on theme and intuitiveness, some Druid damage spells have been changed to winter theme rather than fire theme. That's interesting. I actually like that change because the Wizard is kind of focused on fire damage and arcane damage. They don't really do damage through their cold spells. They can, but it's just not really much, and most people aren't casting them. So very, very good change. I actually like that going in that direction. The Frostbite spell line replaces Embers. The Blast of Sleet line spell line replaces the Ray of Sun line. So just replacing them and doing different damage type. I'm guessing the damage numbers are staying approximately the same unless they adjusted them from the previous stuff. But Blast of Sleet spells are fast casting direct damage spells. Winter's Chill spells are slower casting with higher damage. Frostbite is a cold based dot. Insect swarms are poison-based dot. Gust of wind is a ranged interrupt with a 15-second cooldown. So it's nice that they have this this gust of wind. I felt like that was one benefit to the cleric, is that the cleric had their stun ability, which was an interrupt, and the other two healers didn't have that. It's one thing that the cleric had over the other two healers. So we'll have to see how they change the cleric in the future, because if they're going to be giving other healers interrupts, then they need to give the cleric something to kind of replace that and have over the other two healers. Lightning Strike are outdoor only target AoE spells. So this one right here, this is a big one. So you're not going to be doing quad kiting inside of a dungeon, which you really shouldn't be doing anyway, because you're going to need some area to move around in. But this kind of basically prevents you from doing it inside of a dungeon, since it is their AoE line and it is outdoor only. Damage spell changes. Cold themed damage spells move your season towards season of winter when cast. Insect swarm dots are castable in any season and do not move your season in any way. That's interesting to know. That's actually very interesting. So a healer can now add in swarm dots without worrying about moving them into winter. They can stay in summer and then add in swarm dots. Very cool change. Adjusted damage spells to better suit their roles and progression. Cure Disease and Cure Poison are available earlier than they were previously. So very good there. Insect, I think this was one that people were complaining about, because you actually have disease and poison on like level 5 mobs, but they weren't getting this until like level 12 or something. So I think I saw this this feedback on Discord a couple times. Insect swarm dots no longer stack. This was a bug, and they were not intended to allow you to stack multiple tiers of the same spell. The druids should not feel obligated to have multiple insect swarm dots memorized to maximize DPS. In an upcoming update, not today, we are going to allow multiple characters to apply the same dot to an NPC without overriding one another. So that's going to be kind of interesting. If you have multiple different druids in a group, you can currently not stack some of these dots. That's kind of what we were talking about with the wizard update, with the reclaim magic and multiple wizards having to coordinate that. Dots are supposed to stack, and they will be stacking on the same NPC in the future. So that's kind of where I was getting at with that. Since you can now cast Summer's Warmth and Winter's Bite spells in any season, the bonus healing and damage for Autumn and Spring have been adjusted to the Summer and Winter are still viable choices. Okay, so Autumn's heal modifier is now 5% and still regenerates mana at the same rate it did previously. Spring's damage modifier is now 5% and still regenerates mana as it did previously. Summer still gives 20% healing, while the season Winter gives 20% damage. So they basically just reduce the damage amounts here. I still feel like people are probably going to want to stay in Spring and Autumn just for the mana regen. But I guess if you're in a party with an enchanter and you have decent enough mana regen and you don't need that mana, it would be more advantageous to go to one of these two. I feel like a lot of people are going to end up in Winter as long as they're able to heal their party well. They're going to end up in Winter. Now, one thing that I don't like about the wizard that I've been hearing from people, and I would probably do myself, is the need to put a low-level spell on your bar. This is the same thing with wizards. So Druid and Wizard kind of want to have their lowest level spells on their bar. The Druid is going to do it to go to different seasons. So if they want to quickly get to another season without the use of their 15-minute cooldown that jumps them to spring jumps them to summer or winter, they want to cast that low-level spell as quickly as possible and rotate them around. Same thing for wizards. When a wizard would want to use its lowest level lightning spell that has the fastest cast time, lowest mana cost for their interrupt, because there's no reason to use a higher level lightning spell. I really hope that they look at that for both of these classes, because it just makes you have to put on an extra spell at low level to deal with the mechanics that they've added in. I don't know if maybe that's intended, but it personally feels kind of bad to me. I added a Swarm Dot spell at level 8. Added Prowl of the Wolves and Pack of Wolves at level 20 and 32. Added Summon Cure Berries at 16. They took away Cure Berries previously, and I guess they're adding them back in. This will be moving to a Druid and Ranger only forage item in the future, but we didn't want to remove your ability to get these in the meantime. Interesting. So Druid and Rangers that can forage will be able to forage Cure Berries. That's actually kind of cool that they're going to be able to do that. The question I have now is, can you have more than one? And can you pass them out to other players and have like multiple on stacks so you can just not have to worry about casting a Cure Poison spell, and you just can hand them out to your party and be like, hey, everybody gets 5 of these or whatever. I think previously you could not have multiple, if I remember correctly, but I don't remember off the top of my head. Druids can once again summon food and drink. I guess they got some feedback on that they did not like it. I personally feel like Druids shouldn't be able to summon food and drink once they get them to be able to do forage water. I don't know why you can't forage water currently. I have no idea what the idea is for that. But I feel like just take away the ability for Druids to summon food and water and add in drink to their forage ability, and they can just forage food and water. All right, moving on to Archer. Some more changes for the most recent classes that were updated. Dot damage removed from caltrops and snare percentage restored to 65%. Is this the one that people were saying when they added in the dot damage made dots really good? Or I think it was actually the bleed. This right here, I believe the bleed was what was making archers kind of what I was hearing is OP. I have not played the Archer yet, so not with this update anyway. So we'll have to see what this does. Bleed duration from barbed arrow line increased to last 20 seconds and gives a 2-second window when trying to weave in other attacks. Dot damage of barbed arrow has been reduced to account for it being easier to keep up while weaving in quick shots from 2, 8, 28, 50, 65, 75 to 2, 6, 20, 40, 52, and 60. So not a huge change, but a big enough change to where it probably will matter. So yeah, people were saying that once you get this dot damage and these barb damage spells, the bleed line, it basically made the Archer really, really good at soloing. So again, haven't tried it out myself, but I'll have to give that a shot at some point. No pun intended. Illuminating Shot restored as a level 5 ability. The only function of this ability is now to mark an NPC with light. So I guess they're getting feedback that people really liked the Illuminating Shot. And that is what I liked about that, is that if you're in a group and you're in a dungeon, you can light up the mob and then it runs down a hallway. You can at least see it and it doesn't just kind of completely vanish from your vision. So very good change, or revert back to having that ability for the Archer. Relocate movement speed bonus increased from 30 to 40%. Very nice. I don't know what the duration on this was. Anybody know? Let us know. But I'm assuming that was a shorter duration when you do the relocate to kind of get you to a different area quickly, but then kind of fades quickly as well. Oil Trap 3 recipe changed to require fewer components, so it is now craftable in a tinkering kit. I've heard that several of the tinkering craftables were not craftable because the items were not actually in the game. I can say the same thing for some potions. There's certain items that are not craftable in potion making or in alchemy because there's not certain things in the game, so hopefully they fix that soon. Trap abilities no longer require and consume tinkered traps. Tinkered traps are now only a unique method for gaining your trap abilities. Once crafted, you can stow the gadget away for use. Okay, so no longer required to consume tinkered traps. So you just make them and you just have them and use them whenever you want. I actually kind of like that. People were saying that 5% chance means that they would only last for like an hour before you lose it, because you would use it like 20 times or whatever. And statistically, after 20 uses, it will probably be gone because of the 5%. So I actually really like that change. You really only have to make them once, and then you can just use them. Some arrowheads will require tinkering in the next major patch, so in 26, to maintain the gadgeteer feel of the archer, but the resulting arrows will still be stored in the quiver, and the total amount of materials will not change dramatically. Okay. Another thing I want to say about these traps is maybe instead of them maybe they can break, and then you have to use your tinker ability to repair them. Maybe that would be a better way to do it. Instead of it just removes it from your inventory, it just removes the functionality of it temporarily if they want to have that. And then you just have to take like 10 seconds to repair the trap, between fights or something. That could be a way to balance it out if they really wanted to have that. I'm sure archers are going to be like, no, we like this change. Don't tell them but whatever. The damage bonus from Sniper's Blind is now applied to Piercing Shot instead of Quick Shot. Okay, cool. All right, Spellblade. I have played the Spellblade. I think I'm level 13 on mine. I'm not really feeling it. I feel like it's extremely clunky. You have to swap stances a lot if you really want to get the most out of the Spellblade. You're going to be an Arcane stance, use Conduit, switch to your Telekinetic stance, use Kinetic, whatever it is, Kinetic Ward, switch to your Electric stance, use Discharge a few times, and then kind of rotate between that. And I wasn't really liking it. It just felt really, really clunky to me, especially because you're constantly stance dancing, and those stances take a second to actually rotate. I believe somebody did tell me that you can do the animation, whatever. You can stop the animation and it rotates it faster or something, but I have not messed with it too much. But somebody did tell me you can do that. I personally feel like that's probably not intended, but if you guys can figure out how to do it, cool. Improved logic for determining blink effect locations along hill and even terrain. This is very, very good change. It's the blink effect is their phase shift. I don't know if they have blink as well. They might actually have blink at higher level. But that phase strike or phase shift ability right here, you use it and you oftentimes would hit something. It could be like a blade of grass in the ground, and you hit it and you just stop and you don't actually make it to your enemy. This should reduce or eliminate cases where using phase strike or seclusion cause the player to fall through the world. Hopefully it's not just stopping the falling through the world, but if a mob is 20 meters away and I use my ability and I only move 5 meters towards it, and then the mob kind of runs and it glitches out. It does some sort of weird thing where the mob thinks that you're here, but you're actually over here, and it does the whole thing. So hopefully it fixes that as well. Reduce the duration of aftermages on the phase strike ability. They talked about that previously. Phase strike distance from back of target increased from 0.5 to 1 meter. This is actually really nice. I was noticing when I did the phase strike, it would put me right on the butt, and I would have to keep moving backwards to kind of get a little bit away from the mob. I would even say maybe make this 2 meters or something. I don't know. We'll have to see how it plays out, but move it away. I don't need to be on top of the mob. But that is basically what they changed here, which is good. Electricity and fire protection resistance now apply the buff correctly. Implosion debuff duration and damage delay changed from 6 to 8 seconds. Implosion casting distance increased from 5 meters to 10 meters. And the infusions no longer share cooldowns. Thank you. This is kind of what I was having an issue with. And Conduit no longer places all infusions on cooldown when activated. This is what was frustrating me. This is literally what was frustrating me the other day. I was using my infusion, I was using Conduit, and then I was switching, and then I was having to wait 30 seconds to switch back, and it was just really, really clunky. So hopefully this takes away some of that clunkiness. We'll have to play with it maybe today. I'm going to try to play the Wizard probably some today. I might try to play Spellblade some today, and we'll take a look at it and see how it feels. Servers restart in 12 minutes, blah, 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 blah. Servers are back up. And then we have additional patch notes that happened just moments ago before I started this whole spiel of the patch notes. So patch notes 0.25.1.1 fixes. Self-damaging abilities were applying their damage twice. This has now been fixed. Consume now does not scale self-damage with wisdom. This was actually funny. I got a text message this morning from my friend who plays a shaman and was like, Consume is using wisdom and it's doing more damage to me. So that's good that they changed that. Lich will now properly damage you without being impacted by sitting or standing. And Druid dots and DDs have now had their winter theme properly applied. So that was an issue, I guess, with the patch. Wolfpack is now Wolfpack is now only self-targeted and will only affect your own group. Interesting. I don't know if I like or don't like that change, but it kind of makes sense. It kind of goes on theme. So it's kind of neat. Spark healing line now has ability descriptions. Another thing I will say about this Wolfpack thing is you still have pack speed, which is a different spell completely. So you still can give other groups Speed of the Wild with pack speed. They don't necessarily need to have Wolfpack to do that. Frostbite no longer incorrectly says it can be stacked to 3 in its description. This is, I think, the one. This was the Ember line, and it would stack 3 times because of the armor debuff. So I'm not sure how they actually changed this. I'm curious if the armor debuff now stacks 1 time and how that's going to affect fighters, because their fighter armor break ability stacks 3 times still. So I'm not sure how those two are going to work with each other or against each other, or how that's going to work. But fighter hasn't had its pass yet, so maybe they'll just remove it from the fighter or change it to a singular spell or skill with the fighter. Swarm of Mites has been corrected to be a level 8 spell. Swarm of Mites and Summon Cure Berry scroll costs have been set to 1 copper for those that did not get that. Again, do not exploit this and buy this for 1 copper and then go back and sell it later when it comes back up. They did ban multiple accounts for doing that, and they suspended several other accounts for doing it to a lesser extent. So don't cheat. Just, if you find a bug like that, if you find an issue like that, it's probably not intended. Report it, move on. Summon Cure Berries and Cure Berry items have had a temporary icon assigned. It looks like bread. Okay, hopefully we actually get some berries. Goblin, you need to get on that one. I would love to see, some berries, like a couple of cherries or something would look really cool. Or a bushel of berries. Anyway, Goblin, you can figure that out, I'm sure. Archer, barbed arrows damage properly set to match the patch notes, and servers will be restarting in 10 minutes. Cool. So that is all of the patch notes. We'll be testing out a lot of this, at least the wizard and probably the spellblade changes today during the stream. So definitely stick around for that. All right. That was a very, very long patch notes. I will catch up on chat here in a moment. If you missed all of that, we will be uploading that to YouTube. My headset cord is caught. We'll be uploading that to YouTube momentarily. All right. Whew. My goodness. I don't know if I want to read all of this. Holy moly, you guys were going crazy with chat this morning. I will try to read through that. You guys know me. Cannibalize was fixed. Yeah, it was fixed. I saw that at the end of there, Isar. Isar is the one that sent me the stuff in the morning. Bard change doesn't make sense. It no longer blocked out, but if a greater version is there, it overrides, so it becomes effectively blocked out. I don't understand it. Yeah, we'll have to see how it actually plays out, Burl. What's up, Xander? How you doing, buddy? Xander is my friend that I'll be going to his wedding next month, so I will not be streaming on the weekend of July 25th because I will be at his wedding. Awesome. Super excited about that. Hello, just tuned in. What's the vibes of the most recent update? Oh, you're just starting in. Yes, I just started Meta. We'll be posting that on to YouTube. What's going on, Seminole? How are you? Janky, welcome. Good morning. Glad to see you. Spoilers, you're going to be WTF on this update by the end of it. Yeah, well, we'll see. We'll see, Meta. I like to read the updates, give you my feedback on it, but then actually test it out before I really am like, what the are you guys doing? Anyway, they really need someone with a PR background to proofread their notes on phrasing. Quad kiting should be effective this way, but maybe this way and not quite this way. Yeah, they really do, Burl. They do actually have an editor. But in their defense, this stuff, I don't have it up anymore. That is written up, I think, by Ali. Ali is from Bahrain, so English I don't think is his first language. I may be wrong on that. So I think that's why sometimes their their patch notes look a little bit wonky. So not that they should look that way. They should have somebody actually read over that and send them out. But I think that is the reason. Good morning. How are you, Corey? Welcome. Glad to see you. I used to follow you on Pantheon. I recently joined the closed beta of MnM. Are you done with Pantheon and feel this game is far superior in development and vision? Yes. I don't want to go into a lot of detail on that. If you stick around long enough, you'll probably hear me poop all over Pantheon. But yes, I do not feel that the team on Pantheon is doing a very good job. I think is the best way to say that. I'm sure there's other ways I could say that. Monsters and Memories is doing a much better job as a team and developing a game and creating something that I'm looking for in an MMO. Other people may disagree with that, and that is okay. But yeah, I am pretty much done with Pantheon at this point. I said many times that he's been done with Pantheon. Yep. Thank you so much. I figured he answered that question. Not seen his content in a couple months. Yeah, so there you go. Apparently they pushed off their spring update. I think that was pretty much it. Is their spring update, which I didn't think was going to actually happen in spring, has now already been pushed to July 16th. There's a whole lot of stuff going on there. Again, Apostate, he knows about this because he saw it on Reddit. I generally go on tangents and rants for like 20 or 30 minutes on something when somebody brings it up in chat. I'm going to try to avoid doing that in the future. He defended me on Reddit. I really do appreciate that, buddy. Don't worry about defending me. People are going to hate on me if they want to hate on me. I don't really care. It doesn't affect me in any way. But I do go on rants sometimes, especially if new people are in chat and asking me questions. So thank you for being here, new people. I love you. I appreciate you. I will answer your questions as best I can. So there you go. Having the Mantle Plus season is a bit weird now that you're not locked. Is it really, Dream? Okay, we'll have to check that one out. I have to hear from you all because I don't play a druid yet. I might make one later. And have supper in the crock pot. Nice. Awesome, Westmore. I love crock pots. My mom used to tell me growing up, she's like, it was the greatest way to make dinner. She would put it in the crock pot, and then we would all go to work, go to school, go do whatever we do, and we come home and dinner's already on the table and it's ready to go. It was amazing. Love you, Mom. Thank you so much for making crock pot meals. She made like some of the best spaghetti in crock pots. We used to have beef stew in crock pots, all sorts of things growing up. And I now have a crock pot. I also have a pressure cooker. I don't really use either one of those very often. The crock pot, though, I think is better. Pressure cooker is nice for those faster meals, but a crock pot just tastes so good. When you make chili in a crock pot, it's perfect. Anyway, they need to make traps more stackable. Currently, it only stacks to 20 traps. They don't need to make them stackable at all anymore. I guess, Westmort, they're not consumed anymore. So now you just need only one trap, it sounds like, unless I did not read that correctly. If I didn't read it correctly, please let me know. If the Reclaim Magic solution was just going to be work it out with your fellow wizard in party, why did we have to add a cooldown of Reclaim Magic? Yeah, I don't like it either, bro, for show. Like, I'm going to have to check that one out. I don't like the changes to the Reclaim Magic, but again, going to have to check that one out and see how it feels. Mixed feelings on the quad kite note. Me too, Italica. We'll check that one out. We'll see how it feels. Also have mixed feelings on it, but again, we're going to have to look at all of the numbers. On Archer notes, the quick shot and piercing shot is a significant upgrade. Is it really, Westmore? Wow. We'll have to check that out because I've already heard that archers are very, very strong with this recent update. They now can basically solo kite without the need of having Speed of the Wild and other buffs from other classes. So they are just one of the best soloers in the game. Good morning, Don. How you doing, bud? Welcome back. Glad to see you. It's the biggest upgrade yet, in my opinion. I'll explain. Okay, we'll check out your explanation. Pantheon is Jank City. It absolutely is, Mike. I agree. Picked it up since I'm in AOA, Monster Memories waiting room, and feels terrible, and there aren't enough players to actually play. Mike, I totally agree with you. Stick around on my channel, and I think you will come to love Monsters and Memories. Possibly AOA. I personally have not played AOA yet. I like the ideas that AOA has. However, there's a few things that I don't like about it, but I probably will give it a try at some point in the future. But I don't think it's going to be a game for me. So Marksman allows increased damage on piercing shot. Piercing shot plus allows for crits plus additional damage from Sniper's Blind, plus there is a double damage component on this. Wow. Okay, so under 20% HP, but still, wow. Okay, that's pretty big. Rage viewers are still viewers. They absolutely are, Burl, and that's what I love about them. However, within regards to the Rage viewer comment, those people have stopped watching my channel. They came in, they heard me rant about solo versus group. They totally missed the point of my rant about it, but they heard me rant about that too many times. They heard my rant about charm too many times, and they were just like, he repeats himself all the time, and I don't like him because he's constantly repeating himself. Well, welcome to streaming. For those that don't know, streamers constantly are answering the same questions over and over and over and over and over. Now, do I need to spend 20 or 30 minutes on it? Absolutely not. I'm going to try to fix that and make it better in the future, but you might still hear me rant on it. I have very strong opinions about MMORPGs. I have been playing them for over 30 years, and I want them to be a certain way, and I like them a certain way. And you're going to have a different opinion. You may disagree. You may agree, and that's okay. That's okay. I give you all my hate for all you today. Thank you. I love it. Have a nice day. Thank you for the hate. I appreciate it. Hate views are still views, and I love them. Is there a way to see what buffs your pet has on them? There is a way. You have to get Sense Magic, which is a spell that most spellcasters have. So you cast Sense Magic on yourself, you target your pet, and you con your pet, and it'll give you buffs at the bottom of that when you have it. So it'll say, like, this pet, you know, it's a blue con to you. It would be a whatever, it's a comrade, whatever it says. And then right underneath that, it literally says buffs, : and it gives you all the buffs and debuffs of your target, including your pet. Trap statement. It was an option on a should be statement, not as is. Okay. So Sense Magic, they told you about that. Cool. Thank you all for helping out with that. And then thank you so much for the follow. I think I have caught up on chat. Let me go make sure that I upload this particular thing to... Oh, shoot. That's the wrong button. Let me upload this to YouTube. Oh, my goodness gracious. Lots of chatter today. This is nuts. Let me get on Cradle first. We're going to test out Cradle and check out some of these new changes and see what I like, what I don't like. Oh, whoops. Went to the wrong thing on YouTube here. We need to upload. Can I get an upload? Go here. We got to go create. We got to go upload video. Why am I not loading in? What the heck? Did I sit on that screen for too long? Let's close that down. Open this up again. Oh, there's a little download. Maybe I missed something. Maybe I missed an update. Yeah, maybe I missed an update. Patch mismatch or something. All right. Let's try that. Wow, that was 51 minutes of patch notes, guys. I apologize for making it 51 minutes long. Where am I standing? What the heck? Oh, I'm in a safe spot. Okay. Actually, let's go over here because this is a little bit safer. All right. Let's go here. And we're going to do... Oh, shoot. Okay. Patch. What was it? 0.25.1.0. And then we're going to add this. And we're going to select this. And we're going to scroll down and click that. Okay. Sorry, give me 1 second, guys. I apologize. I don't like doing this on this computer. I actually need to figure out what's going on with this computer. It's so stinking clunky. I need to figure it out. Okay, I think it's uploading that video, and once we get that fully uploaded, we will we'll fix the rest of it. All right. Commenting just make you not caught up. Thank you so much, Burl. Appreciate that. What is the NR1 change? Oh, wait, the number 1 change? Is that what you're talking about? That I want to see in Monsters and Memories? Right now, I would say, ooh, piece of candy. Hang on. I got candy here. Right now, my biggest change is continuing to look at solo small group versus larger group and continuing to make that feel better, where you prefer to be in a larger group as much as you can, go and actually go into dungeons and do dungeon crawls and get in there. Itemization needs to change for that. TTK needs to be, I mean, TTK already changed some, so it's getting better there. But all of that stuff is my biggest change. That's the biggest thing that I want to see out of this game I want solo and small groups to be a thing, but I want full groups to be the preference is what my biggest thing. Criddle, do you have any insight on when or what classes are getting the next revamp? I don't have any insight on that, unfortunately. Yeah, we're all waiting with bated breath. Exactly, Westmort. I personally feel like it's probably going to be Ranger. I think that Ranger, Shadow Knight, Elementalist. If I had a fourth one to pick, Paladin maybe. I think like the one. So what I'm trying to get at here is that the ones that they're changing first. So the Druid and the Wizard specifically, they're trying to make big changes to those. So they're trying to get them in first so that they can adjust. They have a more time to test and get feedback and adjust those classes. And they're going to be putting in classes that don't need as much change. They're going to be putting those in last, is my understanding. So I expect things like the Fighter probably be one of the last ones to be looked at. The Rogue might be one of the newer, like one of the more upcoming ones to be looked at because of the poison changes. So that's my guess. That's why I think Ranger is probably going to be in that thing, right? Just joined. What tomfoolery are we beholding? Or is it just run-of-the-mill shenanigans? Well, we just did the patch notes, Pity. I'll be posting those on YouTube momentarily. Actually, they're uploading right now, and I'll be dealing with that. I think it'll be Fighter and Cleric next. You think so? It may. I mean, it could be. It could be. But I don't know. I have no idea. They have not told us. They have not given us that information. Processing. Okay, so we can close this. I can close this and go over here. Sorry, I want to get this out. I want to make sure our YouTube, my YouTube stuff is getting out there for those that like to watch on YouTube instead of on Twitch. So let me get these patch notes finished up. Do that. We'll go here. All right, so that we got to go here, go down here. Man, trying to get this stuff out in a timely manner. Paste. Save. Wait, is Monsters and Memories, is it a category yet? Monsters and Memories. Monsters and Memories is still not a category on YouTube. Bummer. All right, I think we've got everything. I will post that and publish that momentarily when it's done processing. All right. I hear Rangers revamp will mean Rangers unlock a YouTube camping channel at level 20, a merch line at level 40, and can lean into the outdoor boys theme. That sounds awesome. I would love it. I would love it. All right, let's go to... Let's see if we can go do some quad kiting and check that out first. We have 42 minutes on Speed of the Wild, so we're solid there. Let's go check out quad kiting in our normal spot that we do it. As long as nobody's there and we're going to be bugging them. We'll check that out first. I see they implemented the winter theme damage spells for Druid I advocated for. Yep, they did. That's awesome. I hope to see some autumn and spring spell lines. Maybe. Let's see. Exodus. We'll put that in here. They need to change the raid. The what? The lull speed line range from 15 meters to 25 meters. I think they just reduced it to 15 meters. I think it was 30. They reduced it to 15. I kind of agree with that. Like, I feel like it is a little bit too short. So, the reclaim every 30 seconds, not liking that. I'm not liking that. I want to get into a group and try it out. So we might do that today. We'll see. We will see. They need to change the Druid lull line range from 15 to 20 or 30. It's just too close. Yeah, I mean, put that feedback on their Discord. Let them know. I do feel like the 15 meters is too close. The 30-meter range, I don't know. I don't feel like it was really that big of a deal, but yeah. I guess people, the issue was people were using lull too much. Here's another issue with that. The aggro range of giants is less. It's about 20 meters, so you're not going to be able to lull giants at all. I don't think. I have not tried personally, but I'm pretty sure they will aggro you before you're actually in range to cast the spell. So that's going to feel really bad. You can't lull them, Vor? Yeah, I don't think you can. Like, I'm pretty sure that you can't get close enough to them. So they need to check that. Okay, let's see if there's anybody over here. Nice. Nobody's over here, so we can test out the quad kiting capabilities. So let's get our quad abilities up here. They changed the mana cost of some of these. So Burst of Magic line, they reduced the mana cost on that. They didn't reduce it much. I remember it being like 500 and something, so I don't think they reduced it much. But let's put that here. Let's put Arcane Bonds here. We have Reclaim Magic. We can leave Reclaim Magic. That's fine. Let's get... our Volley. Fire Spike moved to level 60. Did it? I mean, it is level 60. Flash of Icon. The Flash... I don't know why this can't be a hard change, but it has not been changed. I'm curious on the Reclaim Magic. Reclaim Magic says 25. Let's see if it actually is 25 per stack. That's the first thing that I'm going to test. So we're going to go Arcane Volley. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We need to actually hang on. Oh, wait, these cast now. These actually cast spells now. All right, let's do Arcane Bond. Okay, so we are now at 299. Let's do another Arcane Volley on this just for funsies. Okay, let's do a Reclaim Magic and see how much we get. What was that? Did that go up 125? I think it did. I'm going to try again. 1, 2, 3. I missed one there, or one got resisted. I feel like the resist on these arcane volleys is kind of nuts. All right, we'll do that. And we're going to do a reclaim. So reclaim with this would go up to... that's 125. So they actually did fix that. That's good. Very good. Reclaim magic is working properly. Let me go over here. All right. You didn't know Reclaim got changed? The game was bugged? Yeah, Reclaim magic got changed a good bit. Yeah, significant wizard changes. That's why we're playing the wizard first today. We're going to check it out and see if I like it or not. Just see how I feel on it. All right, so we've camped out. Come back in. These mobs casting spells now, though, definitely is going to make them more difficult. Okay. Let me go back down here. Get this. Okay. So we've got our buffs. We've got the arcane acceleration. I do also want to check out Nova. So our arcane Nova ability. So level 60 is going to be doing 302 mana for 700, and then 900 for, so I mean, this is still way more mana efficient. Way more mana efficient. But you don't really want to use that for quad kiting. Let me also check out Fireball. Greater Fireball. They didn't reduce this at all. This is the exact same as it was previously. And what was the other one? It was this one right here. Yeah, you're still better off using Exceptional Arcane Surge. I'm pretty sure that didn't change. That feels really bad. They need to adjust the numbers on Fireball, a Greater Fireball. Like, that's, unless they factored in like intelligence or something a lot more. But yeah, that feels really bad. That's not good. Okay, let's grab this bat. Or this bat. Let's grab a bat. Okay, so we grab this bat. We'll grab this skeleton. Grab this bat. All right. Let's see how quadding works. Okay, one of them is going to cast spells. Awesome. Good. I'm glad you used up half your mana, more than half your mana on one spell. Perfect. They need to work on that too. The mana cost of things for NPCs. Conflagrate. All right. There you go. Used up all your mana. Cool. One. A two. Arcane Disruption, still spamming chat. Did not fix that. You can see it right down here in the bottom right corner. They said that they fixed that. It is not fixed, in fact. Okay, out of mana. Let's do a reclaim. That's what I really that kind of frustrates me about some of these patch notes recently, is they don't actually fix some of the things that they say they fixed, and it's pretty consistently incorrect. The thing they fixed spamming was arcane acceleration from reclaiming. Oh, I thought they fixed the other thing. Okay, maybe they did fix that. Oh shoot, wrong button. Well, quad kiting is doable. It's doable. Now this one, 600 seconds. That's 10 minutes. Not 5 minutes. They said in their patch notes 5 minutes. I'm going to double check. But they said in their patch notes 5 minutes on the wizard changes. 5 minutes doesn't fix it? No, 5 minutes won't fix it, but they said that it's 5 minutes. So they're wrong on that. Which is frustrating, because if they're factoring in 5 minutes to be able to get back X amount of mana mathematically, and it's actually 10 minutes, because where were they talking about that? Up here? Right here. Yep. So please keep in mind that while you're casting, you also benefit from standing mana regeneration, the mana regeneration from Sorcerous Mind, and Arcane Invocation is available every 5 minutes. It's not. It's available every 10 minutes. So overall, bad changes. This was the wrong direction, devs. I'm just saying right now, from the little bit that I've done, you went backwards. Bad. They were going in the right direction. They were making it work. Yeah, I don't know. Every 5 minutes on Arcane Invocation would be nutty. I mean, I'm not saying it would or wouldn't be nutty, but if they are factoring in Arcane Invocation every 5 minutes for the amount of mana that you are generating, that's why they made Reclaim Magic a 30-second cooldown, why they also made it only 25 mana per stack. That's probably factoring in a 5-minute cooldown on this, right? If you make this a 10-minute cooldown, which is what it actually is, and then reduce this down, they miss the mark, I feel like, completely. I don't feel like they read the feedback properly on Reclaim Magic, or they didn't interpret it the way that the community was giving it, in my opinion. I felt like the issues were not this. That's just me. Does anybody else, like, what does everybody else feel about this? Like, I'm not the only person here. Like, we are a community trying to give feedback on this. I feel like this completely missed the mark of Magic. I don't know where this came from. I have no idea where this came from. I know where this came from, but I think they misinterpreted what the community was saying with this, and they tried to fix it. So this is now with the 30-second cooldown. So that wizards using glyphs, etc., all that kind of stuff. So like this one, that appears so you have clear feedback on when the cooldown is completed. Like, is it really clear feedback? I feel like they're just missing the mark on these updates. Let me do this again. So we do that. Let me do a, and then. So now we have this buff, this Reclaim Magic buff right here. You have to find this buff in your slew of buffs up here. You know, like that's... Right now I only have a few buffs because I only have the wizard buffs. But in like a raid situation, you have a lot more buffs. They need to fix that. This is not a resolution to that problem. That is simply not a resolution to that problem. This entire thing, no. The 30-second cooldown should make it easier to coordinate multi-wizard. Again, this right here, nope. Nope, absolutely not. That does not fix the problem that they were having. The problem that wizards are having is they want to be able to have their own personal marks of magic for the reclaim magic. That's what they want. That's what they're asking for. Maybe the devs don't want to do that, and that's fine, but don't put this in here and state this is the resolution to the problem, because it's not a resolution to the problem at all. At all. I know where it came from. Can't throw wizard a bone without making sure we're working on it. Yeah. So anyway, that's my opinion on it. I came in late, didn't see they made new changes. They definitely made new changes. I did the entire patch notes, and those are now public on YouTube. Definitely go check those out if you haven't. It's 51 minutes of me reading over and giving my thoughts on the patch notes. I'm confused about why you would need a buff for cooldown. Is it a cooldown on the ability itself? It is, yes. I don't know why. I don't understand this right here. I don't understand this. Oh, you know what? It's because wizards using a glyph. It's for, okay, that's why. It's wizards using a glyph. If you don't have the reclaim spell on your bar and you're using glyph to cast it, you don't have the cooldown, so you don't know when it's available. That's the reason for having this up here. Still doesn't solve the problem. I don't like it. If you're gonna give them a buff, the buff should be like on down here. It should be its own special buff window. They need to just add in a UI special buff window for wizards reclaim. That's what they need. So that, I mean, I get why they put it in there and what this means for wizards using glyphs. That's very specific. Anyway, still doesn't solve the problem because you're going to end up having a lot of buffs. Now I got to go find that buff somewhere up in this bar. No. Bad. Anyway, moving on from that, the 30-second cooldown, making it easier for wizards, multi-wizard groups to coordinate. That's not the issue. Volley spells are still viable for stacking marks quickly in order to get damage done. So let's test out. I'm curious on this. We're gonna take how are we gonna do this? Let's take this out. Let's take this out. We're gonna do a single. So we're gonna do Arcane Surge here. We're gonna do Exceptional Volley here. And then we're going to have Arcane Bonds. Yeah, they're just missing the mark on a lot of these changes. I don't think they're understanding either the community is giving the feedback poorly or the devs are receiving the feedback poorly. One of those two things is happening. All right, so we're going to... Ah, shoot. I didn't mean to get too... Dagnabbit. Hang on a second. I'm still baffled by adding a cooldown to reclaim magic to help with multiple wizards in a party. Like they can't make the debuff personal. Yes, that exactly. But only stacks to a total of... Yeah, I don't know why we can't just have the debuff be a personal... Like a dot. Like have your marks, my marks. Now, there's a reason that you want to have the marks where everyone can use them, and that's because the marks add a 2% damage bonus per stack, up to a 10% damage bonus for magical damage on the target. So that's the reason that you want to have other players be able to utilize the marks. But yeah, the feedback is I want to use my marks for my mana, for my reclaim magic, not another wizard's marks for their reclaim magic. So they need to change the functionality completely. if druids get individual dots, I'm sure wizards can have their own. Yes, exactly. That's how I look at it. Druids getting individual dots, shaman getting any classes getting individual dots. Marks of magic should be individual as well. For quality of life, not sure why my buffs are shown freely, but my pet buffs can't be seen without sense magic. In con, seem. I mean, yeah, I agree with you, Darkness, for the quality of life. I think you should be able to target a player, especially another player or your pet in a group or whatever, and be able to see their buffs. I don't like the sense magic thing is nice, but I think that should be utilized for more like debuffs or buffs on an enemy. That makes more sense to me than on another player. But, you know, it's not a big deal because it's not hard to get sense magic. 30-second reclaim is horrible. It makes you want to not kill things till you have reclaim off cooldown. Yeah, I don't like it. The coordination thing is dumb. They want us to muddy up comms. Yes, exactly. Like think about this in a higher level setting, in a raid setting. You might have 5 wizards. What are you going to put those 5 wizards into their own Discord channel so that they can communicate? And no, like it's just dumb. Like it's dumb. Like it's just a very bad fix to a very simple solution, in my opinion. I don't like it. So we'll see what they do. We'll see what they do. Perhaps they tested 5 to 6 wizards in a group, and perhaps it's broken, and this nerfs that. Maybe. I mean, maybe. So why not make it buff instead of a debuff? So it's a debuff so that all players that are hitting that mob do 10% more damage with magical effects. That's the reason why it's a debuff instead of a buff. It's not just you doing more damage. It's everyone doing more damage. I'm saying we could have 100 wizards and the mob still has max total negative effect from Mark. Is just one wizard were there. Yeah, exactly. But all 100 wizards can reclaim all 5 on their own stacks. Yes, that's what I would like to see as well, bro, for show. So that's what we need to get out to the devs is that's how we want it to function. All right, let's try. I want to try this out, though. We're going to snare this mob. And I want to try out... So we do 5 of these. We'll do 1 nuke. We'll do a reclaim. We'll do 5 stacks again. And then we're going to nuke until our reclaim is up. So nuke. Nuke. Dang it. Nuke. 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 And reclaim. And then 5 stacks. And then nuke. Nuke. And that's it. All right, so there you go. That's how you would kill one mob. That would be one mob solo. And I used up about a third of my mana. Maybe, I don't know, a little bit more than a third of my mana. Because I think a third would be like right here. I don't know, man. Before you could do volley, nuke, reclaim, volley, nuke, reclaim, volley, nuke, reclaim. And I liked that rotation. That rotation felt really good and natural. I preferred that. This is volley, nuke 6 times, reclaim. It's nuke 6 times with this particular nuke. Right? Or you could nuke 3 times with Fireball if you wanted to do it that way. So let's try it with Fireball. I'm curious how much more or less mana we would have with that one. So we saw that one, right? Let's do another one with Greater Fireball instead of the more mana efficient spell. From nuke, 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 med to nuke, reclaim, med every 30 seconds. Well, you still got a med, though. That's going to be the thing. With this current change, you're still going to be meditating a lot more than you were yesterday. Because you're only reclaiming every 30 seconds instead of every 5 seconds. That is 6 times more mana you got yesterday per rotation, or per 30 seconds. That's a lot more mana in that amount of time. They keep lukewarming these wizard patches. They're deathly afraid of a class being good. They seem to be, yeah. They're inflating mana regen via reclaim way too much. It was far more effective than sitting, which their own design. I would agree with that. It was more effective, but I don't feel like adjusting. I don't feel like adjusting the numbers that they adjusted, like the reclaim magic. They actually supposedly put this up to 30 at level 60, but it wasn't 30. It was actually functioning at 20 mana. I think now it should probably be 30 with a 30-second reclaim. If they're going to keep that reclaim, it should definitely be more mana back on a reclaim. All right, let me see what I can do here. Can I get this one without getting the other one? I got them both. That's all right. We'll do it this way. It's fine. Well, we got all 3 of those. Whoops. All right, so 1, 2, 4, 5, and then a greater fireball nuke, and then a reclaim, and then 5 of these, and then a greater fireball nuke, and then a greater fireball nuke. Look how much more mana this is using. Look at that. I used twice as much mana to kill that, and all I changed was greater fireball. Literally the only thing that I changed in that fight was greater fireball. That is so bad. Greater fireball is terrible. And it's the level 60 pinnacle bread and butter spell of a wizard. And it's the worst spell that you could cast at level 60. It is, well, it's not the worst spell. You could cast another spell that's worse, but yeah, that's bad, guys. Hey, what's up, Isar? Just logged in and hear from Criddle. That's so bad. So yeah, I don't like that change. I don't like that at all. Back to the drawing board on the wizard, guys. You have missed the mark again. Do not use greater fireball. Bad. This is a bad spell. Just a bad spell. I have heard that Lightning Surge, people say that Lightning Surge is better to use. I'm pretty sure that's not. Whoops. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is still better than this one. You get this at level 60. This doesn't make any sense either. You get Exceptional Lightning Surge at level 60. But it does interrupt cast time. So casting this to interrupt a spell might be worth it. Like if you have to have a second spell on your bar, it would be this one. But I still say you're better off doing Flash of Lightning to interrupt for 54 mana. I don't know, actually. I mean, it's a much faster cast time. I still say this is probably better to interrupt than to use this one. You only use Lightning Surge on casters? Yeah, that would be nice, right? Lightning Surge on a caster mob, because then you're constantly interrupting their spell casting. This would be good against casters. This one is going to be better against non-casters. This one is better. Well, mana efficiency-wise, this one's going to be a little bit better. But you could get away with Lightning Surge just for the interrupt on there. So I could see that. I could see that. But yeah, the Greater Fireball, do not cast Greater Fireball. This spell right here is absolutely worthless. You have 2 other spells that you could cast that are better than this. Both of which have additional effects to them. They have added effects. Yeah, I don't know. I like, what else do we need to say about that? All right, what else do we need to test on the wizard? Anything else that we need to test? I want to get into a group. I don't know if I can get into a group. Hang on. Hang on a second. Let me see if I can get into a group to do something. Monocle's still broken. Every patch, they don't fix it. I'm bumping my bug report on Discord. Absolutely, you should. All right, we're gonna go help out. We're gonna go try in a group setting and see how this feels. Not Greater Fireball. Surges were the efficient line. Yes. Yeah, the Arcane Surge and the Lightning Surge are the efficient line. And they're supposed to be efficient, right? That makes sense. But what they need to do is they need to increase the damage of Greater Fireball. If they're going to have it, like, Greater Fireball should not be the more efficient way. But it needs to be like the damage, like if you want to burn something down very quickly. But it doesn't do that right now. Because the cast time on Greater Fireball is literally twice that it is on the Surge abilities. So the Surge spells are 2.5 seconds. Fireball is 5 seconds. But it doesn't do double the damage. It in fact does less than double the damage. So DPS, it's still better to use your mana efficient spell than it is to use your higher damage spell. That should not be how that works. And they even said in the patch notes, down here, a variety of damage spells that were a bit too high in mana cost, cast times, or low on mana efficiency relative to their other spell lines. So they fixed that. But they did not do it for their pinnacle level 60 Greater Fireball, which is really the one that should matter the most. That Greater Fireball should be the highest damage, slightly less mana efficient, but it should be like you should feel the impact of that. And I don't. I just don't feel the impact of that. Yes, it does do more damage by like 50% more, but 50% more for more than double the mana cost and double the spell cast time. So it's not worth using. It's just not worth using. If you're going to be taxed for damage, it should be a lot of damage. Exactly. Yeah. Having the cast time and mana penalty, it has to be exactly. It has to be egregious. It has to be like crazy amounts of damage. That Greater Fireball should be doing base 2,000 damage or something, right? And then make it more mana efficient. So right now, the mana efficiency for Greater Fireball is, what is it, 11? We're going to say 1150 divided by 495. It's 2.3. But then you have the other one, which is what, like 637, I think, divided by 149, 4.2. It is almost twice as efficient. The Surge spell is nearly twice as efficient as the Fireball spell. It should only be maybe like 50% more efficient. So like this spell should be doing either 3 damage per mana, or the Fireball should be doing something like I have to like think about all of it, but anyway, the Fireball should be doing more damage, or they need to reduce the mana cost of it, which I don't think they should go that direction. Keep the mana cost at like 500 mana, increase the damage of it significantly. People on Discord have been saying resist feel higher on green and blue mobs for some reason. That's not good. That's not good. I hope they change the fizzle and resisted of our damage spells, because it happens so many times, 3 or 4. The resist or the fizzles, yeah, is a big bummer. They need to look at that for sure. I agree. Does each spell have a multiplier on it affecting how much int damage? Or is it a flat number? So the int does factor in, yes. But even with 164 int, we were finding out that because the spell line is so mana efficient, it's still better to use the mana efficient spell line. So like I'm getting bonus damage on only 695 mana or damage. I'm only getting a bonus on this amount for my int, whereas I'm getting a bonus of 1100 or whatever on Fireball. But it's still, the bonus isn't big enough to factor that in. The damage from Fireball needs to go up. That's all there is to it. It needs to be like 1500 or more damage for 500 mana. That would make it a like 3 damage per mana ratio, whereas this spell is still a 4 damage per mana ratio. So they need to up the damage of Fireball at least like 400 to 500 points. All right, I don't know. I don't know if I can get over here. Let's see. Can I squeeze through here without aggroing? Yikes. Dang, I'm good. Do I have... Oh, wait. I have IVU on me. Never mind. We can do this. Quick. IVU. I'm glad I made a bunch of those. All right, let's see. I can't wait to play this. I got in for both and played maybe an hour. When is early access? Early access is not until October 1st. They've delayed it to October 1st. No, where's my lantern? There it is. Okay. I don't think I need any other spells here, do I? Does this item yet work yet? Have we tested this? I need to check this. I really don't think that spell works still. If they have to do a cooldown 15 seconds, it would be less cumbersome to the one wizard in the group while still being a buffer when there's multiple wizards. They just need to remove the whole multiple wizard. Like, the marks of magic reclaiming should be exclusive to per wizard. Like, that should not be something that you have to balance for having multiple wizards. It's just a punishment to wizards for no reason. I disagree with that stance that they want to punish wizards. I don't know why they're punishing them so much. It makes no sense. I don't like it. Just saying, if they can't figure it out, yeah, they need to figure it out. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, yeah. I do agree that 15 seconds would be better than 30 seconds, but they need to figure it out. Like, that's silly. Ice Blast damage is supposed to scale with marks. The level 8 one doesn't seem to. Marks of magic should increase your damage by 10%. Up to 10. 5 marks is going to increase it by up to 10%. So yes, every single spell in the game, all damaging spells, if it is not physical damage, if it does cold, corruption, disease, electric, fire, holy, magic, or poison, it should do more damage if it has marks of magic on it. On any class. Doesn't matter what the class is. Personally, I feel like poison shouldn't get increased by that. But that's just me. You did reclaim back-to-back. I thought it was 30-second cooldown. I did not do reclaim back-to-back. It is a 30-second cooldown. They rebalanced those lower spells, but Ice Blast is flat damage. Oh, you're saying that, like, this flat damage right here, it doesn't increase with your level? This one increases with level. As you get higher level, it goes up in damage. This one is just flat damage. I do agree that this one should increase with level as well, since the other ones do. I don't know why the other ones do, but this one does not. Doesn't make any sense, but the issue is it's a good design made by a collective of devs, but I think Jahar is uniquely assigned to Wizard, and something is off and needs more people looking at its development. Yeah. If it just doesn't scale with marks right now, just flat, int scaling seems to work, though. Int scaling's working, but the marks, I can test it. We'll put this one on. I'll test it when we pull a mob. But yeah, that's a good feedback if they don't already know that. Like, they're just I'm getting more and more frustrated with these updates. Like, the first wizard changes were, in my opinion, were just bad. Then they fixed them. They made them better with the next update. Didn't fix all of it, but they made them better. And then this one just kind of went backwards again. So we gotta give them feedback on that. Really gotta give them feedback on that. Like, it's just, they're missing the mark, unfortunately. How do they plan on making all these class changes on time? I don't know, Esar. Like, that's the issue that I'm running into right now, is like how slow, how much time it's taking them to put in the wizard and druid changes, and then having to reiterate them 3 or 4 or 5 times. Like, it's too much work, and they're not going to be able to get it done in time for early access at the rate that they're currently going. And the problem is they're making bad changes that, to me, you can test within 5 minutes of playing the class and see this is not a good change. So like, then they should just say, that wasn't good. Let's change this and see if this feels good. That is good, is not good. Do a little bit more internal testing. We can't have these. I mean, they can do it this way. It's fine, but it's going to take a long time. But if we don't want it to take forever, they can't put it out to the beta server, let us test it for several days, get feedback for several days, tell them what's wrong with them, and then they fix it, change it, whatever, and then rinse and repeat. It's been now a week that we've had these wizard changes in, and they're still not getting closer to where they need to be. Like, they're kind of tuning it in, but I mean, we spent way too much time on just the wizard and druid. How are we going to get 18 classes in? It's going to be tough. It's going to be very, very hard. I feel like they need to de-scope with some of these changes. I don't feel like the glyph changes needed to happen at all. That should have just been removed. I don't feel like the seasons needed to happen at all. Should have been removed. That could have saved them a significant amount of time and just change a few of the other things with the class. Those two things they're not performing the way that they hoped that they would, from what I can tell. And it was just a lot of time wasted trying to get those in. They could have just adjusted these numbers. And then for them to go in and say they adjusted, like when they say right here, they fixed a variety of damage spells that were blah, 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 and they didn't adjust the pinnacle spell, tells me that they're not looking at the right spells. They're not adjusting them properly. They're making mistakes trying to do it too quickly, and they're making mistakes that are causing further problems. Another big mistake that they made was the change in Mark of Magic to 30 mana per stack. They changed the tooltip on the last update. They didn't actually change the way it functioned in the game, and now they're testing it. It's just they're making a lot of mistakes, and it's causing the numbers to not be where they want it to be for testing purposes, which is not good for testing, right? Because we're not seeing what it will actually play like. We're seeing what the incorrect numbers are going to play like. So it's kind of all over the place, and it's not feeling good. Incantation system, we see you don't have enough slots for what we have in game, so let's take up 5 slots for the glyphs design so that you can get no benefit from glyph. Exactly, right? There's very little benefit from using the glyphs, and there's no reason to use them at all. I'm gonna say that the majority of players are going to not use the glyph system once they try out both systems. They're going to not use the glyph system, and ultimately that was going to be a huge waste of time because they're not giving you any benefit outside of having more spells on your spell bar, right? They could have just added, like, on the wizard, every 10 levels you get an additional spell on the spell bar, and give the wizard 16 spells rather than 10 spells on their spell bar. That would have been a better change than adding the whole glyph system. Ultimately, right? In my opinion, it would have been a better change. So I just feel like it's a whole thing. Don't forget they have PvP also. No game has balanced those two, and that's another issue. Yeah, that's another issue that I kind of brought up right here. AoE Reclaim was causing issues in PvP, so they changed it. I mean, it was causing other issues in PvE as well, but this right here, because of something wrong with PvP, they changed it on the PvE side. Don't do that. Stop doing that. Make your game for PvE and then adjust PvP accordingly, right? Make your changes on the PvP side if you're going to do anything. This is, in my opinion, adjusting something PvE side because of a PvP issue is going to be a waste of time, and a lot of people are going to not like this. They're going to complain about it, and they're going to say, stop adjusting your game on the PvE side because of PvP issues. That's what's going to happen. People are going to be very, very unhappy about that. Da, da, da. I don't have speed of the wild. Hey, there we go. Okay, let's do this. Ice Blast is doing. Ah, dang it! I need to pull out another thing here. We'll do another window for my damage because it's easier to see that way. So melee, ability, detrimental, mine. Okay, so let's cast an Ice Blast. Damage-wise on Ice Blast is 74. Let's give it multiple stacks of whatever. And Ice Blast is now doing 74. So yes, Ice Blast is not working as you said. So definitely need to bug report that. Yeah, this is using up way more mana than I did yesterday. I think they should pause PvP development until the base game. I think so too, Garm. I agree, but what they did is they have another developer for PvP. Yeah, this is not very sustainable damage. Maybe the wizard was doing too much damage, but this is not sustainable in a chain pulling group, which it should be way more sustainable. This is again gonna push wizards out of grouping rather than encourage them to be in groups. And they need to be encouraging wizards to be in groups. EA is currently planned for October, yes. October 1st. And no, the timeline is not looking good based on what they're doing right now. It's not looking good at all. Oh, he got rooted. Okay, I see what's going on here. Yeah, this doesn't feel nearly as good. Yeah, these changes are just bad today. Because see, like my mana is going way down. Yesterday when I was doing this exact camp, I was able to maintain my mana a lot easier. So it just felt, the whole thing felt better. Yeah, like I'm literally running out of mana here. This is bad. All right, completely out of mana. So I have to now sit down and meditate. And so now I'm completely worthless while I'm meditating. This is bad. I don't have Arcane Invocation. I have 0 mana, and I'm using my most mana efficient spells. Yesterday, I was able to go pretty much indefinitely, constantly rotating, constantly doing something. Yeah, this feels bad. Other classes look good, so I feel like this is an issue with the person assigned to Wizard rather than the dev team as a whole, if that's any silver lining. All of these new classes are being done by mostly Zilith and Jahar. So it's those two guys are doing all of it for the most part, with some balancing with Runoff and balancing with Ali and some guidance from Sean. Basically is what's happening. So, yeah. But isn't downtime meditation normal in this game? It is, but they're trying to get away. They're trying to change that, right? And they're just, the way they had it yesterday was better. Downtime is normal, but they've been trying to reduce downtime. That's been their goal for the past several patches, is to reduce downtime. That's why they increased mana regen. That's why they increased health regen. That's why they're doing a lot of the changes that they're doing. So if their goal is to reduce downtime, And then they made the wizard with reduced downtime, and then they make this patch that comes out. Now it's got that downtime again, and it just feels bad. My wizard yesterday, I'm probably doing like 60% of the DPS I was doing yesterday because of now the added downtime that I have. Like literally that one change with Reclaim has just completely undone everything they did for the wizard. Zilla said he had nothing to do with the incantation system, so they're each working on individual things. I'm telling you what Sean said. Sean said that they are working all together as a team of people. So I have no idea. I'm just telling you what Sean said. I don't know who's working on what. I don't work for the company. They said they were trying to slow down the leveling process. Increase downtime is another way of doing it. But the idea is to decrease the downtime, increase TTK, slow down process. That's what they're trying to do. At least that's what they seem to be trying to do. If that's not what they're trying to do, then they need to let us know a little bit better than that. Because yesterday, the wizard was so much better. It felt good to play the wizard in a group. I enjoyed doing the rotation. It felt so much better than it does today. Wonder how far we push this no downtime until it feels like classic WoW. I don't know. Like that's a question for the devs. I'm just giving my feedback based on what they're trying to do, what I see them trying to do, and so far it's not good. Problem is you have not chained the local chanting to the desk. Wait, what? The chanter is. I do have an enchanter in my party. If that's what you're talking about. So I should have mana regen. I have an intelligence buff. I've got mana regen. So my mana regen should be higher. I don't know. What's my mana regen right now? I'm getting 50. What's that? 60, like 59 mana regen right now? Yeah, this just doesn't... They missed the mark. Would it feel better if they just increased the damage but left the downtime as is? No. I don't think so. I think that they could increase the damage of Fireball. They need to increase the damage of that. But this is supposed to be the idea of the wizard, from what I understand. Maybe I'm completely wrong and I totally missed what they were saying. But my understanding of the wizard was they wanted to put in these spells right here, these surge line spells, to make them more mana efficient. So they had a sustain option in a group. So right now, the way I see it is the wizard is doing X amount of damage that is equal to a well-played, because we also have a Spellblade in here, level 60 Spellblade, right? So we need to check this out. But the melee alternate, which is a Spellblade or a Rogue or whatever, they're doing damage consistently all the time. So their sustained damage is always there and they're doing it. The wizard does equal sustained damage until they run out of mana to the Spellblade or whatever other class you want to compare it to. If they're doing equal damage, but then the wizard has downtime that the Spellblade and the other melee classes don't have, it's going to push people to always want to have melee in their group and never a wizard in their group. The biggest problem with a wizard from EverQuest all the way through Monsters and Memories has been that the wizard has a significant amount of downtime and it doesn't make up for that in other ways with their damage or whatever. Because if you look at sustained damage over time, maybe they do 20,000 damage in 30 seconds. Cool. But then if they have downtime for the next 60 seconds, they're still only doing 20,000 damage in 90 seconds. So now you have to say, well, what does a Spellblade or a Rogue or a Ranger do in 90 seconds damage-wise? If they're doing more than 20,000 damage, then you're always going to want to have the melee counterpart, right? You don't want to have the wizard because the wizard is not able to keep up with that sustain of a group. So a wizard should definitely have that burst damage ability so that when you put them into raids and stuff, they shine in a raid or they shine when you're doing a boss fight of some sort. But if they don't have equivalent sustain that a melee has, you never want to put them into an XP group. Like, that's, people are just not going to do that. You know, people will still be like, oh, I'm friends with a wizard, I'm going to put him in an XP group. Or I really like my wizard, you know, I'm going to play it anyway. Cool, that's fine. But the problem is you're still going to, you have to factor that in. It's going to make it to where less people are playing the wizard. And if too few people are playing the wizard, that's bad, right? You want to try to balance it out so that each class feels good to play. And right now the wizard's feeling bad. Now, if they make reclaim, whoops, wrong spell there. If they make reclaim too fast, which it might have been, I will give them that. Reclaim might have been too good with a 5-second cooldown. That might have been too much mana. But that's because they increased the mana per stack of mark to 25. Leave the per stack at 20, which is what it was yesterday, you know, and then maybe increase reclaim to 10 seconds. That's still going to make them have downtime. But the 30-second reclaim is, it makes it feel bad. It makes the rotation feel bad. Everything feels kind of bad about it. Well, it's really the rotation. What does feel good about having a 30-second recast on the reclaim means you're not stripping the marks of magic off of the mob every 5 seconds, because that was a bit too much. And when you strip the marks of magic off, you have to build them back up so that other players can do their maximum damage. So it is nice that they have now basically a 30-second mark of magic buff, effectively. It lasts for 30 seconds, or debuff, so that other players get the benefit from the mark of magic. That part of it is nice. But the wizard just doesn't feel good to play anymore. It's just going to be like, you're going to burn all of your mana in like 3 fights. And then you're going to have to sit down for probably 2 to 3 fights. We need to get this group. We'll see if this group can actually get like a good rotation going. But basically right now it's going to be 3 fights. You used up all your mana, and then sit down for 2 or 3 fights. And then rinse and repeat. Why did my reclaim magic not work there? That was weird. I'm spamming 3. Reclaim magic is not working. Another bug. Look, I'm trying to cast it. It's trying to cast, and it's not going off. They got to fix that bug, man. That is a frustrating bug. I don't know why that's not going off. I even did a reload and it's not going off. Like this. I don't know what they did, man, but they missed the mark. They missed the mark hard. Mana regen was too good on Wizard. A dwarfed mana regen provided by other classes. They need to lower mana cost now that they fix Reclaim, so it's not 2 to 3 times. That could fix it too, right, Meta? Like, they could lower the mana cost now so that you have more of that sustain. However, they can't lower the mana cost of this too much more. That's 149 mana. That's not much. Compare that to a level like a level 8 spell that is 50 mana. It's only a little, like 3 times the amount of mana from a level 8 spell to a level 60 spell. So, yeah, I don't know, man. The whole thing feels bad. It feels bad to me right now. All right, let's see if I can do Reclaim this time. My Reclaim is broken. Completely broken. It will not let me cast Reclaim. Why is it not letting me cast Reclaim? I know why it's not letting me cast Reclaim. That's my fault. That was user error. I didn't have Seal of Magic up. So give me a second. That is on me, not the dev's fault there. All right. We'll try this again. All right. There we go. Now we'll see if we can get a better rotation. That was totally on me. I'll admit my mistakes. They happen. Just got into beta. Are there any melee classes in a good place? A lot of what I'm reading on Discord are negative feedback on Rogue, Fighter, and Monk. The Spellblade is the only melee class that has been redone so far. So I would try the Spellblade. It's not perfect yet. There's still like a work in progress there. But it's getting there. No, Spellblade is not a sit and wait class. This character right here, this player right here, Quick, that's a Spellblade. So you can kind of watch his play and see if that's something you like. It is not a sit and meditate type of class. It's this character right here. You can see that he has plenty of mana right now. He does use mana, but he doesn't use a significant amount of mana. So kind of watch him play and see if that's something you would like. It is a melee focus class. He is using a two-handed weapon, by the way. It just happens to be the best two-handed weapon in the game. So he is using a two-handed weapon. Which people can argue it's good or bad. That's totally up to you. Give it a shot. Just gravitate towards melee to avoid the sit and wait on blue bar style. Yeah, and you're still going to have a little bit of that. But you won't have a lot of that with a Spellblade. But you will have some. I started myself an enchanter, literally made myself into a box. I think the enchanter box is now my main. What do you mean made it into a box? Rogue, Monk, your best bet if you're willing. More, yeah, exactly. If you want to be pure melee DPS, then you're going to want to be a Rogue, Monk, Beastmaster, or in the future, Ranger. Right now, the Ranger has some spell casting abilities, but those are going to be going away soon. Rogue is going to be your highest DPS. That's what the plan is. Don't roll monk if you don't like pulling. That's true, yeah. Monks are going to be the primary pullers of this game. That's the plan for them, anyway. What's the point of tanks having casting spell time? Channeling isn't working as far as I played. Channeling does work. It doesn't work super well. But they are looking at that. That is something that is they're looking at. I wouldn't expect it to be fixed anytime soon. Personally, don't agree with the thought process. Idea monks get a unique puller role, but if they're also an off tank and same on DPS, that's bad balance. They're not going to be the same on DPS. Monks most likely will be slightly less DPS than like a rogue, but they're going to have the bonus of being able to pull better. They're going to be better pullers with the ability to off tank as well. At least that's the idea. You know, we'll have to see if they actually do that. Zilla post a while back makes you think otherwise. We'll see what they do. I mean, monks should be decent DPS. They're not going to be bad DPS. Hope they rework the Bard. All reworks for every class are coming. They're all coming. That's a lot of ads. Sorry, we got a whole situation here. Oh, nope. That's all right. I thought I was going to be okay, then I saw more coming around, and that's when it kind of went a little crazy. Esau, are you on? I don't know where Kaz is located. You think can you res me on Kaz if he's down there at the island? I'm literally on the island. Yeah, they need to fix that. Yeah, no worries. Yeah, take your time. I just heard from a friend that is a druid that we lost 600 HP in our big heal with this change. Yes, the HP, the heal on the HP, the heal went down. Yes, it did go down. I mean, it probably needed to be adjusted some. I don't know if it needed to be adjusted that much or not, but it's a significant amount. The Bard class description doesn't give me hope, saying it's mostly well-defined role when nobody knows what it is. Some more spells, yes please, and some downtime recovery, making them more totem again. Yeah, I actually like the Bard being a buffer. Like, it's going to make the entire group better. So you can do one of two things. Let's say you have 5 people in your party. You can add another DPS, let's say, or you can add a Bard. The Bard will increase everyone's DPS, but let's say 25%. Overall, that's going to make the Bard the better choice. Or you can add one additional DPS class, which is the effective of increasing your party DPS by, however much, whatever. I like the idea of the Bard doing that and making it a very group-focused class. My only issue and concern with having classes that are very group focused and then having classes that are solo focused or being able to solo really well is the experience penalty that you get for being in a group right now. That's my biggest concern. That's a 50% downgrade. From what I hear, it's not a 50% downgrade. It's like a 30% downgrade, but it's going to depend on your level. It's going to depend on your wisdom. It's going to depend on a lot of factors. So you can't, I don't know. I don't know what to tell you, man. It's more than just a singular, oh, that's a 50% downgrade for me. Well, is it? It's a 50% downgrade for some. It might be a 25% downgrade for some. It might be 75%. It depends. There's a lot of other factors. Actually, I don't want to put that there. We're going to put that down here. But the druid was too good of a healer. Yeah, it was too good of a healer and being allowed to DPS as much as it could. It was too good at both of those things. Blink change is an overall W. No more getting stuck on terrain. Yeah, we'll have to test that out some more and see. Was it though? Let's see. I kind of got stuck on this terrain right here. Blink is a farther. It goes farther than that. So you still get stuck on terrain. Because Blink will go that far. So if we get right on top of this and we blink into this, it should blink us into the water. I'm just a druid hater. I'm not a druid hater. Yeah. You know, it still clips you on terrain. Yeah, I'm not a druid hater, man. I'm really not. I'm a want the game to be balanced for everybody person. Like, I want it to feel good for every class. If the druid is a sufficient enough healer and can do the same DPS as a wizard, that is broken. That's absolutely broken. And if you don't see that, then I don't know what to tell you. They should be able to do everything not well, but they should be able to do a lot. They can heal, they can buff, they can DPS. They've got dots, they've got utility, they've got all these things. They can't make all of those exceptional. That's completely broken. It's kind of funny. People think that I'm like a hater of druid specifically, when I feel like I'm equally hating on a lot of classes, right? Like I feel like I say that a lot of classes are too good or whatever. Like I say all the time that a class is too good and needs to be nerfed. It's not just the druid. The enchanter's been needing to be nerfed. The charm has been needing to be nerfed for a long time. Druid topic has come up every day. The druid can't be great at everything. Exactly. It can't be great at everything. Like, how does the druid do the same damage as a wizard? Because of the spell efficiency. Over time, we went over this 15 times, dude. If you don't want to listen, then I don't know. I'm not going to keep answering the same questions. This is literally what people were saying about it on Reddit, that I constantly go over the same thing over and over and over and over and over, and they don't like that. And it's because I keep getting asked the same questions over and over and over and over, and you don't like the answers, so you just keep you ask the question again. I'm giving you my answer. Like you've got the answer. Like it or don't. I don't know what to tell you. It's not... See, that's where you don't understand how it works, dude. It's not about hitting for 200 damage. Right? Or 2,000 damage. The wizard can do one nuke for 2,000 damage at 500 mana in 5 seconds. If a druid can do 1,000 damage at 250 mana in 2.5 seconds, it's the same thing. Like, that's what you're not understanding. You just have to cast a spell twice. Whoopity-doo. But the time, it's damage for cast speed and mana cost. If those numbers are the same for druid and the same for wizard, then it's the same damage. Like, it's not... This isn't rocket science. What do you mean? Criddle, you aren't a developer? No, I'm not. Druid should be punished for refusing to pick a real class. I mean, they should have something negative to them, yes. Doesn't understand if you do 500 damage with 100 mana and one cast is different than 500 damage and 100 mana and 3 class. Yeah. It's not. It's slightly different, but it's not nearly enough. How's it going? The new wizard changes working out? They're terrible. Twin cannon. I don't like them. Yeah, they're not great. Yeah, they need to reevaluate again. What's bad? The reclaim nerf. So mostly the reclaim nerf. Yeah. It took their sustain from being good to awful. And if that's the direction they want to go, that's fine. But they need to adjust other numbers for that. Like right now, so in EverQuest and in this game, up to this point, you would prefer to have a melee DPS in your party because of the sustained damage over time, right? The sustained damage over time is really all that matters in an XP group, right? So if that's what matters, you're not going to want to put a wizard. Yesterday, I would say put a wizard in an XP group, and they're going to be great. Today, you don't want to put a wizard in an XP group because the sustained damage over time is not as good as a melee class again. So they've completely went backwards in what I thought they were trying to do. I could be wrong. I absolutely could be wrong. So, yeah. That's a shame. I haven't played my wizard yet, but 30-second reclaims sound awkward. Yeah, the reason for the 30-second reclaim, the two reasons they gave for it were not they did not fix the problem that people were saying that they had with the wizard. That's the issue with it. It just like the issue was this. Resolution did not fix that issue. It just completely changed something else. So it's just not good. But the reclaim number went up along with the cooldown, correct? Well, kind of. That's where it gets a little bit more complicated. So the reclaim number technically went down. At level 60, the amount of mana you would reclaim supposed to be yesterday was 30. In actuality, when using the skill, it was only 20. So it was bugged yesterday. They fixed it today, but now it is not 30 anymore. It's 25. So it's higher than it was yesterday, but lower than it was supposed to be yesterday. It's really confusing. So like they didn't actually test it at the 30 that it was supposed to be yesterday. They tested it at 20. And that's the problem. That's part of the problem. It's insane they made a wholesale changes to Wizard for the 2% of gameplay where you may have multiple wizards. It is, yes. That is part of the weird thing. However, I think they do need to make that change where you have multiple wizards because right now it doesn't feel good in a group when you have multiple wizards or in a raid situation where you're going to have multiple wizards. It's going to feel bad. So they need to make that change, but it should be every wizard has their own individual marks of magic. It should be like a separate buff. Nor do you want a druid in your group either, so both classes get put in the closet. No, I absolutely want a druid in my group. I have a druid in my group. In fact, I have a level 46 druid in my group right now when we're doing level 55 content. I don't know what to tell you, man. Druid is still good. Like the numbers may not be perfect. I haven't looked into those enough right now, but they needed to come down on healing and or DPS depending on how much. It was too high on both of those for the druid. If the druid is healing better than a cleric and doing similar damage to a wizard, that's too good. But we can't really compare it to the wizard right now we can't really compare it to the cleric right now because the cleric hasn't had their class update in. We can, however, compare it to a wizard. So if a druid is doing comparable damage to a wizard, that's a problem. It is absolutely a problem. They should be doing enough to where it's a significant amount to where it's noticeable difference. A wizard should be like, you know, a pinnacle of DPS. Plus, druids can use their big nuke heal in any season now. They can. They can use it in any season. That's another, like... Oh, shoot. That's another change that they made. So they made druids more versatile again. That needs to be factored in. Absolutely. Don't forget it gets 6 times the cooldown now, so it's way weaker than initial implementation. Yeah, and I, like, that's the thing. I have to look at the druid spells now. They may have over-nerfed it. They absolutely may have over-nerfed it. I don't know. Like, I haven't played a druid yet. We need to actually look at the numbers. I mean, it's very possible they overtuned. They over-undertuned. It's possible. Like, I really don't hate druids. Like, I actually like druids, and I want them to be a good class. And I think they will end up being a good class eventually. But we need to get the numbers right. They need to keep tweaking it until they get it right. With the reworks of October 1st, it's not looking good, no. There's too many reworks happening. Absolutely. Too many, like, hey, we're going to try this out for a few days. Now we're going to try this out for a few days. Now we're going to try this out for a few days. You can't do that. Not if they're trying to push this October 1st date. Did the icon above charm mob's head that show its charm disappear? No, it's probably just bugged. It's still there, but it's clearly not showing on this charmed mob right here. Nope, there it is. It's back. It's just not, yeah, it's just bugged out. I'm going to go ahead and cancel my October 1st leave request. I would not, well, from what I heard, I don't know if this is true or not, so, but from what I heard, Sean said that they have to release in October. I think that they're like kind of in a time crunch right now. Like, they need to start paying people. Yeah, with 14 more classes that need to be changed, it's not looking good. Not at the rate that they're currently going. They didn't want to push back start time previously for money reasons. I don't see them doing it again. They only did because there's been a lot of hot garbage. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm seeing as well. They could push it back again. They absolutely could. But I think if they push it back again, they're going to lose a lot of their developers. And if they lose a lot of their developers, that's of course going to slow things down again. They got to start paying people. You know, this is a business at the end of the day. That's a terrible item. Will be horrible outcome if the rug pull meme becomes true because of lack of management, their volunteer service. I mean, I don't think that's going to be the issue, but people are going to put it that way. Sure, there's going to be a lot of rug pull stuff. There will absolutely be a lot of rug pull comments if they don't release. But the thing is, there's no rug to pull. Nobody's paid anything. Like where's anybody put any money into this game? So there's no rug to pull. Like you've been playing a game for free, and probably, I assume, having fun with it. They just may not EA with all 16 classes. They may not, yeah. They may not. I want the project to succeed as well. That's kind of why I get so like, I want it to be successful, and I could probably portray that differently and you know, calm down a little bit, but yeah. Limit class on release, so it'd be a smart move. I mean, they brought that up to Sean at one point. He actually commented on that at one time, saying that they thought about removing some of the classes because 18 classes is a lot of classes, and they said, he said he didn't want to do that. He didn't want to remove classes, so. Do you have an opinion about about what bard changes should look like? I've only gotten mine to 15 so far, but I've read a lot of complaints about it just being a buff totem. It is a buff totem. I actually want it to be that way, personally. I know not everybody's going to feel that way. I think that the bard should be a class that can buff a party really well, and it increases the effectiveness of the entire party significantly. That would be my preference, but I think they need to increase the damage that bards do with their like dissonant rifts and all their damaging spells or damaging abilities. They should definitely increase that. You okay with bar as long as they can't swarm kite? Yeah, I don't think they're going to be swarm kiting. That's the point of the class, and it's incredible at its job. Having access to Mez and Charm, also inherently massive power spikes. Yeah, that's what I want to see out of the class, personally, but not everybody wants to see that, unfortunately. I'm fine with it so far, although I do agree that the dot is a bit lackluster. Yeah, they need to increase the dot, for sure. For, like, solo ability of the class. I am not a big fan of making every class, like, super solo efficient. And I'm not saying that for this class either, or for the Bard. But, you know, it should be able to solo some. Having something like charisma affect dot damage would be really nifty. I would like to see that too. I think that's a good idea, Todd. Like, I would love to see the Bard. I would love to see the Bard get more powerful based on its charisma. Like, its songs do more. Like, they do more damage. The duration lasts longer. More, you know, you get more strength out of a Bard that has higher charisma. Just like stacking charisma on a Bard, I think should be a thing. I just don't enjoy charm kiting. Well, they're hopefully, supposedly, getting rid of charm kiting. They're going to be reducing that. Oh, shoot. Yeah, overall, this isn't great. Hopefully they I don't know. I think what they need to do at this point with the reclaim magic, maybe have it be a 10-second cooldown or a 15-second cooldown. That would probably feel a little bit better, and then just reduce the like, if they made this 20 mana instead of 25 mana and a 10-second cooldown, it'd probably feel okay and not be super powerful. I may have to bring my tank over here. How do you feel about Inquisitor and Caster group play composition? It's good, but I don't know what's going to happen with the Inquisitor in the future. They could make it. They could make it better. They could make it worse. I don't know what they're going to do with it. It's nice because they have a mana regen. The Inquisitor has like a mana regen it can give to the casters, and some other things as well. Is it confirmed that Arcane Invocation is 5 minutes now instead of 10? It is 10 minutes. It is 10 minutes. I have it right here. I'll use it in just a second, and you can. I'll use it right now. We're using it, and you can see how long it takes to recast. The tooltip says 10 minutes. Cooldown right here, 600 seconds, which is 10 minutes. We'll check it. It is now 12:53, so we'll check it in a few minutes, but. Yeah. Does mana regen stack on Inquisitor with... I think it does, Inquisitor Enchanter. I could be wrong on that. All right, I'm going to end up playing Criddle here. I'm going to make a sandwich real quick. But yeah, it looks like it's been like 2 minutes. So yeah, it looks like a 10-minute cooldown based on this. I want to make a sandwich real quick, and then I'm going to switch to Criddle, and we're gonna do this on Criddle. So give me like 5 minutes, and I'll be right back. Alrighty, my apologies, my apologies, my apologies. Okay. I've literally got 3 of his streams ever. Not sure why you get fanboy from that. Whoops. I don't know where they are. Oh, they're up there. Okay. Ba-ba-ba. I am not a fatso dwarf. That's Conquest. I need like a bow. I need a bow that has unlimited arrows. Is there a bow that has unlimited arrows? No. Not that I know of. If there was, I would totally get it. There is a bow that has a clicky effect, though. This one right here. What is the goal of grouping here at the moment? They disabled raids, didn't they? They supposedly haven't disabled raids yet. I don't know. They didn't disable the mobs that dropped the item to spawn this raid. So I don't know. I was told that they haven't yet by players. So but I don't know. Fletching and wood are super cheap. Yeah, it's not about the fletching and wood though. It's not about getting arrows. I can get arrows. That's not hard. But I have in my range slot this item, and in my ammo slot this item. So if I had at least a bow that had unlimited arrows and it didn't require excuse me, it didn't require ammos, that'd be nice. Golly, I got the hiccups. People are just farming up for when they add them back in. Well, they're farming up to do the raid if it's still available. If it's not available, then yes, when they add it back in. I really hope they add, like, what I want to see about with the fighter is more threat generating abilities and more defensive cooldowns and riposte. That's what I would like to see on the fighter. Did they nerf Charm for Enchanter? Nope. They sure did not. They fixed Frenzy, though. I'm curious what they did. Let's see. Let's test out Frenzy, because that's one of the ones that we want to see. If I do gameplay, combat, let's see, abilities. Detrimental Mine. So there you go. Rend. And Frenzy, 23, 24, 11, 34, 28. That looks more correct than what it was previously. They beat up Wizard pretty good. They destroyed the Wizard. You really like the infusions? I need to check that out. I haven't played my Spellblade today, but I want to check out the infusion changes. So I need to do that at some point. Jahar just replied in the Wizard Deep Dive, mana regen is back in line with other classes, and if tweaks are needed to sustain DPS, it'll be mana cost. That's all I wanted. That'll work. That'll work. Way less clunky gameplay. That's good. It was way too clunky gameplay when I tried it, and I was not enjoying the Spellblade at all because of the clunkiness of the of swapping the infusions. So that's good that they changed that. But yeah, for the Wizard, if they want to adjust the spell cost, that could work. I don't think they're going to be able to adjust the spell cost though. Not from what I can see. That's gonna feel bad. Overall, it's gonna feel okay to adjust the spell cost for a high level wizard, but for low level wizards, that's gonna feel awkward. Gonna feel really awkward, but we'll see what they do. Hello again, just dropped in to say thanks again for spread the love. Thank you for coming back, Toddy Bear. I appreciate it. Welcome back. Glad to have you. If you have any questions, let me know. They could make missile free again and maybe increase the AoE on Novas just slightly. Be fine with that. Yeah, maybe. Maybe. The missiles being free would probably be a good way to go. I think reduce the damage of the missiles a little bit and make them free again. That way you have some sustain on the wizard that you don't when you run out of mana, right? Just have some sustain on the wizard. That would be nice. But there's a lot of ways they can go with it, but they missed the mark pretty badly on this update. So I'm trying to drink my water really quickly. I grabbed a Coke because I wanted to drink a soda. So I grabbed a Coke, but my water cup is full. And I'm going to put my Coke in my water cup. Anyway, I don't know why I'm explaining that all to you guys, but I'm just trying to chug my water. If they want to double your sustained DPS, they need to cut mana cost in half. The side effect of it means you'll have more mana to burst down targets, which means easier fights. That is a side effect, yeah. That is absolutely a side effect, and that could be a problem. If they cut down mana too much, then you're just going to, yeah, it would definitely be an issue. So, yeah, they got to, I think they're trying to, resolve, they're trying to resolve one problem with one possible solution, but that solution causes another problem. Instead of saying, let's resolve this problem with a different solution that doesn't cause further other issues. So I think they need to look at that. Like, it's not looking good. Just overall. Right now, Reclaim basically just sustains missiles. It does a little bit more, but yeah. Kinda. Like, you can't even do, like, in the amount of time... You could do what? Five mana missiles in the amount of time for one Reclaim. 5 mana missiles would be 250 mana, and Reclaim is only 125. So it's only half the amount of mana. So you can't even do that. All right, chug my water. Now let's get... Ow. Let's get my soda. I love a good soda. Yum, 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 yum. All right. Yeah, they need to adjust something. I personally feel like what they need to do... What the better rate to do would be to reduce the amount of mana reclaimed per stack back down to 20. Reduce the mana missile damage down by maybe 20%. Then... reduce the mana cost of Mana Missile, or remove the mana cost of Mana Missile, which would be preferable, and then not mess with the actual spell, the mana from the spells right now. Like, see what that would do to see if that would fix the issue. I don't know if it would completely, but I think that would be a better route. Low level feels too good right now. 100% uptime, full mana by the end of fight. Just rooting, volley, reclaim, and occasional blink. Well. Yeah, I haven't played a low-level wizard in a while. I think Conquest is the leader, Isar. Before the update, I'm not making another character to test after the update. Oh, before the update. Yeah, before the update, it was really good. I would agree with that. It was very, very good. You know, I don't think the devs will do this. I highly doubt the devs will do this. But it would be really awesome if they would give me, like, every character or every class in the game, one of all of them at max level, and then another one of all of them at level 20. And then I can test them out on different level ranges. And then kind of give them feedback on what feels good and what doesn't. I would love that. Oh, well. That's the exact thing they need to do. I mean, it would be really nice if they did that for all of us, you know, like be able to have a server or some way to set different level ranges, because like they're not able to test all of this stuff. Like, luckily I have a fighter and a wizard at level 60, so I can test it at those two at level 60 easily. To test another class though at level 60, it's going to take me hundreds of hours to get there. You know, that's going to be too much. Anyway, they looks like they did fix at least the tooltip for the frenzy. Well, not the tooltip, but frenzy now actually does give the correct damage amounts in here, so that's good. Once they get the whole balancing out classes part of the game, hopefully there'll be something like that. They just need mechanics working right. Seems to be a big hurdle. It's a very big hurdle, yeah. Where are my enchants at? What enchants do you need? Wisdom. What slots can we do for wisdom? I'd have to look. I don't remember. You don't like the enchants craft for gear? Yeah, I mean, I don't really dislike it, but I think they could do something better. I love for the list of what enchants can go where. That wiki is so dated with crafting. Yeah, I thought about making a... I thought about making a video on enchanting. I just haven't done it yet. You need +5 wisdom enchant for bracer at a minimum. Those would be in town if you can make them in town. I could tell you what you can make without... without the whatchamacallit. So if we do wisdom, you can have a necklace, helm, and that's it. Just necklace and helm, and then with that's the one you can make from this book, but then you could probably make additional ones in town at the actual enchanting whatever thing. I just don't know what you can do there. I don't. Can you do wisdom on bracers? I know you can do int on bracers. What can go on rings and ears? I don't think anything can go on earrings because I don't even have earrings. Rings you can get health. I need health and mana. I need to get a better one for health. I think you can get 25. You can definitely do wisdom on bracer. It's going to cost 2 items that I don't have, though, Kaz. We have to go kill level 60 mobs and get level 60 items to be able to make those enchants. That's the problem with it. If we're not killing level 60 mobs, we can't make those +5s. I do int to bracers if mine weren't like level 13 bracers. Yeah. I feel like it takes away the value of the mob drops. I mean, it does, yeah. Do enchants still not show up if you link the item? I don't think they do. Reselling enchanting gear is a pain. Yeah. I could see that. How long is this stress test for? This is the closed beta test. It's going to be going until until the early access starts, until they shut down for early access. Necro feels super weak at low level. You think so? Necro is one of the strongest solo class. It is the strongest solo class in the game. I feel like everybody's pretty weak at low level, though. It's going to be really hard for them to balance the low level stuff. Like, certain classes are just going to feel stronger than other classes at low level. Like, I heard some people recently complaining that healers are too hard to start at low level. And it's like, basically everybody from level 1 to 4 should be meleeing mobs. Just stand in front of it and melee it. They're pretty much, every class is basically the same. How do you cook raw meat? You can cook raw meat on a campfire or in a kitchen, like where the cook is in Night Harbor. You just left click on a campfire or the stove, and it'll open up like a little, it'll open up like a little thing where you place the meat in there and cook it. Well, I guess we'll be doing this for a while. You're taking rogues currently? They're bad. Let me read the rest of that, though. I've been enjoying mine up to 20, but Discord is full of complaints. Do you see the rogue issues with the 55+ groups? So, yeah, rogues right now overall are... they're just subpar when it comes to damage, and they are supposed to be a primarily DPS class. Many other classes in the game can DPS better than a rogue can, so it kind of makes rogues obsolete. You really don't want to have a rogue in the party. They're just not good. And that's the main issue with a rogue. They don't have their poisons in yet, so they don't feel good because of that. Their stealth was recently nerfed. So people are like complaining that the stealth was nerfed and they don't have any other thing that the rogues can do. The nerf on the rogue recently is okay. It's actually a good thing overall for the longevity of the game. It just feels bad right now. Then you have like their sap or CC type of ability. And it's fine the way that it is. It makes people think that a rogue is one of the best pullers in the game up to like level 20 or so. But there's a lot of undead in the game, which means they can't sap a lot of enemies. So you can only sap humanoids or living creatures. So you can't sap things that are undead or that are like elementals. So that kind of takes a lot of the usage for sap out of the game. So yeah, but overall the rogue is just not in a good place. It needs a lot of love. It's lower DPS than other DPS classes, even though it's supposed to be a top DPS class. That's the main issue. People say backstabs are maxing out at 180 damage, while wizards are nuking for 3 to 5k. No wizard is nuking for 5,000 damage, but they can crit for 3,000 damage. So they can, wizards can do a lot more damage, yes. But your rogue also has more sustained damage, which is kind of the offset to that. But that said, the rogue backstab should absolutely be doing more than a couple hundred. At level 55, you double backstab, I think, or maybe level 50 plus. At some point, you start to get double backstab. I think it's either 50 or 55. So it does the damage twice. And that helps out a little bit, but it's still not on par with other DPS classes. So overall, the rogue is just less damage than other DPS classes, is the problem. But it's supposed to be higher than other DPS classes. So. Rogues need the ability to make an enemy turn in a direction, like a pebble toss, so they can sneak by areas. That would actually be really cool if they did that with their new changes to stealth and how stealth currently works. It would be really nice if they had some sort of distraction ability that they could do to distract an enemy to look the other way. That would be a really good change. There's a post for Fires of Eth hitting for 58 on top of Rogue Post. That spell is out of the game for Wizards. That was a level 60 spell that was in the game, and they've removed it. It didn't. I think Elementalists can still use it, but yeah. But Wizards can no longer get that spell. Oh boy. Good luck. There goes Druna. And now we got more mobs. Our pets follow up when level. Will I resummon my pet and lose my weapon? Hard life. They do not level up with you now. So, yes, that's being blown out of proportion with the triple attack and crit. It's very, very, very much blown out of proportion. Crit happens like 5% of the time, and triple attack happens about 5% of the time. So, 5% chance to crit means, and it's a 50% more damage, means a 2.5% damage increase. That's it. It's not like some crazy high thing where fighters, I'm not trying to say that fighters should have crit. I don't think that they should. I think that rogues should, in fact, get crit. But the amount of damage that people think that fighters are doing is way, way, way off because they don't understand how it actually functions. Triple attack also being about a 5% chance to triple attack. Well, it might be a little bit more than that, but it's literally a chance to triple attack. It is not every round they get a triple attack, which is what some people think. So some people are like, oh, well, fighters just triple attack all the time. That's not the case. They single attack, they sometimes will double attack, and sometimes, very, very infrequently, triple attack. When they triple attack, it's just one additional attack on top of their double attack, which can still hit for like 1 damage. So it's not like some significant, huge boost of damage. It's not small. It's not like inconsequential, but it's not nearly as much as people are making it out to be. That said, fighters are very good damage right now, probably close to the same thing that a rogue would be when you factor in the rogue's ability to backstab and those things as well. And they should not be that much damage. Like a fighter should be significantly less damage than it is, but should have the ability to gain a lot more threat and have more defensive cooldowns. So the argument that rogues are saying that fighters have triple attack and crit is silly. That's not what's causing, that's not what the problem is. The problem is that rogues need more. They need their poisons. They need bigger backstab damage. They need something themselves. It's not that fighters have more. So it's it's kind of it's a multi-part problem. But fighters should be lower damage for sure. I do agree with that. Should have crit plus bloodlust, small self heal on those crits. I don't think so at all. I think that fighters should have like riposte, so that when they are attacked, they have a chance to attack back. That would be bonus damage and bonus threat for the fighter, instead of having things like crit and triple attack. I think that's the way to go with it. Why is crit even locked behind class feature? I think everything should have crit. Yeah, I think 100% every single class should have a 5% chance to crit base, including heals, direct damage spells, dots, melee attacks. Literally all of it should have a 5% chance to crit. I do not know why they lock that behind fighters and wizards right now. And to a lesser extent, paladins. I just don't get it. And now archers have crit. Just give everybody crit. Just give it to everybody. If they're going to have crit at all, like they don't need to necessarily have crit. Like it doesn't need to be a thing. If they don't they don't feel like it's balanced, so just take crit out. Like some people would say that crit adds too much RNG where you already have enough RNG in the game. So like we don't really need to have crit on top of that. So like it's RNG on top of RNG. And I see that as well. So in that case, just take crit completely out of the game. Either that or give it to every class. That's what I would do with it. I don't understand why. Now the devs may have their own reasoning, but I don't understand why they would. I don't understand why they just don't have it. Anyway. I don't understand why Nick gave crit fighters. Makes no sense. Yeah, it makes no sense at all. It absolutely makes no sense. When in defense stance, take 25% damage. Well, you do reduce damage in defensive stance. It's 10%. Unfortunately, right now, the way that they have it set up is paladins, inquisitors, and Shadow Knight automatically have the 5% damage reduction all the time. Whereas the fighter has to choose between defense or offense. And when they choose defense, they have 10% damage reduction, which is 5% more than what the other tanks get. So it is a little bit better, but it's actually right now almost every fighter is going to be in offensive stance for the 10% damage bonus, and then just forego the 10% damage reduction. It's better in most cases. I even was doing raids in offensive stance. Like, there was just no reason to go to defensive stance at all. So I don't know, just the whole thing just felt kind of bad. It was poorly planned out and poorly balanced, which seems to be the biggest issue of this game is balance. Everything they do in this game is just feels poorly balanced all the time. I have yet to see anything where I'm like, okay, that feels pretty good balance-wise. No. They change something, and it's like, that's wrong. So we'll just have to see what they do with it. I disagree with you on that one. Some should have damage spikes, some shouldn't. What do you mean damage spikes? I didn't say anything about damage spikes, so I'm not sure what you mean by that. I mean, of course, some classes should have damage spikes and others shouldn't, but I literally didn't say anything about those things. Talking on crits by nature or damage spikes. Okay. That has nothing to... That's different. Completely different animal. I'm not talking about crits being damage spikes. I'm saying crits for heals, crits for melee, crits for spells, crits literally across the board. 5% base crit chance for everybody. Then, within each class, you could have itemization and you could have abilities that increase your crit chance, increase your crit damage on some classes. But everyone should have a 5% base chance. So, you don't disagree with me. In fact, you just didn't understand what I was saying. And you tried to add to it. So, like, a 5% crit chance across the board, and then having certain classes with additional abilities to increase their crit would be those crit spikes that you're talking about. And yes, I do agree with that too. I think that some classes should be able to crit damage higher and more often than other classes. Sure. So we don't disagree. It's just you're adding to it. But to have a fighter have crit is silly. Like, without other classes having crit. Like, let's just give it to fighters, but not give it to rogue, not give it to ranger, not give it to spellblade, not give it to, you know, like a bunch of other classes. That's just dumb. Like, it's just dumb. And I'm not afraid to say that it's dumb. I feel like too many people are afraid to tell the devs that they're doing a bad job in something. Like for some weird reason, if they say nice things about the devs are going to like them or something like that and be friends with them. Like, that's not what's happening here. Like, I'm absolutely willing to say, in my opinion, if something is just dumb. People like seeing big numbers. It's why crits is a thing. It's always been balanced around a secondary stat, which is unfair in some classes that are very stat hungry versus other. Yeah, I mean, sure, that's a different argument, but sure. People like to see big numbers, like you're saying, though, and I agree with that. I think people absolutely love to see big numbers. And when I'm playing a rogue and I get a backstab and I crit with my backstab, it should be an astronomical big number. Like, it should be really cool and feel good and feel fun. The big numbers I want to see on my fighter are not damage numbers. I want to see, like, big numbers on my health. My health pool should be 3 times the amount of a typical DPS. You know? My armor class should be much higher than those. Like, and then you're looking for small numbers. You want to, on a fighter, I want to see the smallest number possible when I'm hit, not the biggest number possible. Or I want to see, like, crit reduction, the ability to remove crits and not crit at all and stuff like that. In your opinion, right now, 20 to 45, what do you think is the ideal group comp for general leveling? And does that change at 55 plus? The ideal group comp for leveling in this game, level 1 to 60, is as many enchanters or as many charmers as you can possibly have. That's the ideal group comp. You just want to charm every mob you can and send them in to fight. It's the best. Maybe have a healer for when you need a healer, but you shouldn't need one. 6 enchanters would be best party in the game. Absolutely. It's ridiculous. Crits are fun. I think that's why 5% crit across the board and 50% crit damage really isn't much if it's 5%. So it's about feeling good, not about advantage. Exactly. 5% at 50%, 5% chance at a 50% damage increase is literally a 2.5% overall DPS increase per class. That's it. 2.5%. They don't even need to adjust numbers much for that. They could throw that in there and everybody can have it, and it just feels cool and it just feels fun. Like, I don't understand why they don't do it. Not a truer word was spoken? Yeah. 5 enchanters and a druid in case of... yeah, well, 5 enchanters and a cleric is actually really good as well because the cleric can stun, which is really nice. So, like, when one of the charms breaks, they can stun and then re-charm it. But, yeah, a druid or a shaman, yeah. 5 enchanters is just huge. It's way too strong. I would love to see what 6 enchant group could pull off. A lot. 1 enchanter can pull off more than full groups without an enchanter can do. Shocking, I know. I know this, actually, Conquest right here. This guy, he's able to solo named that full groups sometimes struggle with because of charm. Simply because of charm. It's just silly. Chander's charm can work on undead too. Yeah, we're currently charming an undead right now. Yeah, Enchanter charm is just too strong. It's been too strong for a while, and they're currently looking at it and supposedly going to fix it or change it. But it's way too strong. The sad part is it's been strong for a very long time, and they've been given feedback on it for a very long time, and it just was never changed. That's kind of where I'm frustrated with the dev team. Like, I love this dev team. They're doing a great job for the most part. But where I'm frustrated is they keep asking for feedback. They keep asking for bug reports. We keep submitting feedback. We keep submitting bug reports. And then some things just go unchanged. Like, they stay in for a long time. And some of those things are just not being seen. And that's very frustrating. From a beta tester perspective, and it's like, are you listening to us? Do you care what we have to say? You keep asking for it, and we give it to you, but you don't seem to care. And I think they do care, but I think a lot of it's getting drowned out by a bunch of other things. So it just kind of feels bad sometimes. And I also think, like, they're probably also getting, like, bad feedback from some players. Some players aren't even playing the game and they're giving feedback on Discord. Like, they literally have never logged into the game once, but they give feedback on the Discord anyway. So, like, certain things like that just feels really bad. And then the devs are, like, having discussions with these people that have never played the game and have zero intentions of playing the game. They're just here to cause problems. It's unfortunate. At least it seems that way. I can't tell you for sure if that's happening, but it really does seem that way. They kept saying Charm was too weak. Well, one particular Deb kept saying that Charm was not as strong as they wanted it to be, which was just like, what? But yeah, it's going to get such a huge reaction when it finally does get changed. Oh, yeah. It's going to get a very, people already kind of reacted to it previously saying, no, if you remove Charm, enchanters are going to be worthless. That tells me you've never played an enchanter. You've only played a charmer, right? Enchanter is not a charmer. They're very different things. But people feel like if they remove charm from the enchanter is a worthless class. And I'm like, you're not playing the same game that I am. And you're not playing the same game that the devs are trying to make. I don't like when Loving Robot hides behind, we planned a change this long ago without your feedback. I can't stand that. Right? That drives me up the wall. I know where he's coming from, right? But it's like, you ask for our feedback, we're giving you our feedback, and then in situations like that are like, well, we knew that already. Your feedback didn't help us because we already had planned to do that. And it's like, well, then why are we beta testing? Why are we here? I feel like there should be mutual respect between the devs and the players. And it's a mutual thing. The devs are trying to create a game that they like in their vision, and the players are giving feedback based on if they feel like it's fun or not fun. Or if it feels good, doesn't feel good, or whatever, they're giving feedback on. And it kind of irks me when a dev is like, well, we thought about that already. Okay, well then why didn't you change it? Why didn't you try to tweak that, Sometimes I get it. It's sometimes I'm sure they do think about things and they're like, we're going to try to not do that. The instancing, for example. Yeah, we thought about putting instances in. We're trying to not put instances in. That's kind of a different animal. But yeah, I don't know. It does kind of feel bad. There's a lot of pushback there, which is why I have stopped for a while contributing to Discord. I don't like to post on Discord because from the community you get attacks. Oh, you're an idiot. You don't like this class. You don't even play this class. You don't know what you're talking about. Blah, 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 whatever that is. And then from the dev side of things, oh, we already thought about that. We don't want to do it. Okay, cool. I really don't know why you want our feedback then on either side. I think that everybody's input is important. Whether you play the game at a low level, whether you play the game at a higher level, I'm talking about skill-wise and content that you're doing. Whether you're a low-level player, like level 5 player, or a level 60 player. I think all of that stuff should matter, and it should be looked at equally. I think that in some cases, you need to play the game higher than level 20 to really understand certain aspects of the game. But in other cases, playing from level 1 to 20, if the game doesn't feel fun and is not good at level 1 to 20, what's going to keep people playing after level 20? They're going to get up to 20 and be like, not liking the game, I'm going to quit. So you need that to feel good as well, right? So there's kind of a mixture of all those things happening all at once. Anyway, I was going to say the drown out is real. It's very real, yeah. I wonder if they have anyone using AI to literally parse through all Discord chatter. I don't know if they do. They might. I doubt it. Discord comment. I will put up a single post and never reply. It's not worth the back and forth. That happens sometimes. Yeah, I put up a single post. Say, here's my thoughts on it, and then leave it, right? But the problem is I could put up my thoughts, and then thousands of comments later, it's people just literally arguing with each other, not giving any constructive feedback. And, it's, I don't know. It just ends up feeling really bad. You know, another one that I've seen lately with these class changes are people that are chiming in that have literally never played a class, right? They've literally never played the class that they're playing, the class that they're talking about, or they've never played one of the other classes. Like, it's kind of goes both ways. If, like, for example, I'm playing a wizard, right? Well, I'm not right now, but I have my wizard. It's level 60. Okay, so I can tell you how it plays, how it feels to play that class, etc. I can also tell you that it feels really bad on a wizard when another class outshines the wizard DPS wise. But maybe I haven't played that other class, but that is still relevant information. When I feel worthless as a wizard because another class is doing more DPS than I am and able to do other things like heal, tank, or some sort of utility, it starts to feel bad for the wizard. So that there's like there's something there too where you have to factor that in. So just because you haven't played another class doesn't mean that your perspective is irrelevant. And just because you have played a class doesn't mean that your perspective is the only one that is relevant. You have to... Oh my god. Did we pull mobs? So, yeah, like there's so much to it. There's a lot of little nuances to it. I swear people are just want to fight. They do. Some people just want to fight. Absolutely. About wizard archer DPS, considering the archers have to craft, fletch, and prep their stuff. So archers have to craft, prep, and have that ready, right? But the wizard is limited by their mana cost. So in a way, those two things are kind of balanced. I would say that the... Oh my gosh. I would say that the archer has a slight advantage there because they just have to, they just have to prep. And then once they've prepped, they're kind of good. Which is done all out of combat. But a wizard has to maintain their stuff. So like right now, I would say that an archer is better than a wizard in a lot of ways. A, they can do their damage while moving. B, they don't have to worry about mana cost. And then C, they're doing just as much, if not more, sustained damage than a wizard is. So, yeah. We pulled way too many mobs here. Well, now we're dead. Trying to kill this. I got him. Where the heck am I going? Meow. That is quite the train. I need to go to the bathroom, too. I think that wizards should be able to do major nukes, but burn their mana quickly. They need to do kind of both of those things. You know, like, A wizard needs to be able to do a bunch of damage very quickly, and that should be like one of their big benefits to having them in a group or in a raid, something like that. Do tons of damage, but they also need to have enough sustain so that they can be in an XP group getting sustained damage. So they need to have both of those. Their sustain should be lower than that of a rogue, but their burst should be higher than that of a rogue. And that's what they need to balance, I think, is getting their sustain to where it still feels good and they can stay in an XP group and not feel worthless. But they also don't want to make it to where they're too strong in a burst situation to where the rogue feels worthless in a burst situation. Like give the rogue some bursty type abilities as well, like their backstabs and such. All right, I'm gonna use the restroom real quick. I'll be right back. And yeah, give me 1 second, guys. All right, let's see where we can go here. Run fatso. I ran as fast as I could. Now I don't have IVU though, do I? No, I've got a regular invis potion. I don't have an IVU potion at the moment. Row, row, row. I don't know if I want to use up... Oh, shoot. What the heck? Why is this attacking me? What the heck, dude? Yeah, I mean, I can go through there. Dude, this Sentinel... This Sentinel is wrecking everything over here. I gotta zone that off again. Devs or controller trying to silence me? They can try to silence me. It's not gonna work. That pet is absolutely wrecking the whole merc camp quick. That thing is nuts. It's killing everything. All right, did everybody die? Did anybody make it out? You and Kaz lived? Okay. I will try to run over there. I have to go through the shortcut or the whatever. My only issue going this way, do these not, Isar, do these not actually aggro inside of the low-level undead cave? I thought they would still aggro. At least the skeletons. Only the skeletons? Okay. Well, we'll see if I can run through there. See if I can sneak through. Sneaky sneak. I love walking around out here and seeing people play though, man. Like this is what I've missed from other MMOs. Like just walking around and seeing camps of people like sitting like this and camping mobs and like I miss that in MMOs these days. Modern MMOs just don't do that. And then even like in Pantheon, you just didn't really have that. Let's see all the newbies camping the Dust Bowl. Yeah, I love it, man. I absolutely love it. Oh, jeez. Am I going to be able to kill these? There's so many skeletons in here. Heal up a tad? I can't heal up. I'm a fighter. We plan adding more skills for fighters? They do, yeah. They do. Man, even sitting down, look at my regen. What is it? I went up 21 health per tick. Man. So bad. I mean, I could make some linen bandages, but I don't really want to. I want to make cotton bandages until they're green, because it's so much easier to get cotton than it is linen. Ugh. So I don't really want to waste my linen on this. Bandages that increase your passive regen would be great. Well, bandages, you can make bandages that heal you. And I want to say it's like 70 health or something per tick. Like it's a decent amount of health. Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. I mean, maybe. That might be too strong, though. Can we sneak by this guy? Nailed it. You guys see this rogue? This dwarven rogue making his way through. All right, we're just going to kill this guy. Come here. How many coins to spend to make you kill your character? Like, kill my character one time? I can make that really cheap. I can kill my character like 5 times and res it back up. I can kill it like 100 times. Where's everybody at? Consign? They added the consign thing. Yay, I got health back. Bandages are actually not bad now. They're pretty dang good. They're so good, but man, survival takes so long to level up. It does, yeah. Yeah, survival takes forever to level up. I mean, mine's like 40 something, I think. It's pretty awful. Yeah, 42. Ugh. And the thing is, you can't really make anything but bandages, right? Like, you can't make anything but bandages. It's so awful. Like, you could start out making some torches here and here, but yeah. And this isn't even worth making because you just take cloth and do heavy cloth bandages up to this and then just start doing wool bandages. Like 1,000 linen. I've used quite a bit of linen trying to make stuff. Yeah, it's awful, man. It's awful. But hey, fighters shouldn't be able to tank better or do more DPS than other tanks because, you know, they can bandage themselves. Man, it drives me up the wall. There's a huge fighter tax in this game. Huge fighter tax. Did the devs say that? No, the devs hadn't said that, anything like that. But there is a huge fighter tax. The infusion changes feel much better. Yeah, I need to change. I need to mess around on my Spellblade, try it out. I was very I was pretty vocal about the Spellblade feeling terrible recently. So I definitely need to try it out now with the changes today, but I did Wizard and now I'm doing my Fighter. I could switch off the Fighter though if we're going to have Holy, but I think we still have Holy on Conquest, so we don't have a tank. So I think I got to stay on the Fighter for a bit. So are you swapping quick? Are you going like what I was doing on my Spellblade, which is a low-level Spellblade, so I may be doing it wrong, but I was going Arcane Stance, using Conduit. I would go to Kinetic Stance, or whatever it was called, to use Kinetic Ward, or Telekinetic Stance, and using Kinetic Ward, and then switching to Electric Stance and using Discharge several times, and then rotating back to Arcane. If I was solo, that's what I would do. But in a group, you don't need to do telekinetic stance. And at 20, you get flurry. It's multi-hit ability. So honestly, once you get that, just depends on how sweat you want to be. Yeah, in a group setting, I wouldn't do telekinetic stance. I would do arcane stance, conduit, and then I would do electric stance with discharge until conduit is back up, and then go to arcane stance, conduit, and then back to electric. But I don't know. I feel like it feels better. I don't know. I mean, I'm not going to probably play a Spellblade because I just don't like the way that it plays. But staying in one stance for your DPS stance, like picking electric and staying in electric, and then just using discharge over and over, and then using conduit in electric stance for your interrupt ability, and just staying in electric. I just feel like that would be better. Be a cleric, get calls to res people. Be a druid, travel, yeah. How do you hide your own name in the game? You go to the menu here, go to settings, go to graphics, and then you go to I thought it was in graphics, maybe it's not. Interface, show my name, none. Right there, it's under interface. So you do most of the time. We really need to burn. Yeah, you just do arcane to discharge back and forth. Yeah, I think in a typical DPS group though, I would probably just stay in electric and just do discharge and hold conduit for interrupts and just use it for interrupts, and then just stay in discharge like 90% of the time. I feel like it would just be easier to do. And you wouldn't get tired of constantly rotating. But then in a raid situation, when I'm trying to min-max my damage and I want to get as much damage as possible, I might add in that arcane, you know? I feel like that would be the better way to go. That's how you've been doing it? Yeah, that makes a lot more sense, and it's probably a lot easier to play that way. The only thing I don't like is that there's a 1 second cast time for discharge, so you have to like time it with your attacks, like auto attack, discharge, and then auto attack, discharge. So you have to like you're constantly using it. That's why you switch to a two-hander. Yeah, it makes sense. Haven't played Spellblade since rework, but I think they made stances instant swap, no cooldown for using conduit. Yeah, I've heard it's a lot better meta. I haven't played it yet either. But Quick is actually Quick right here. He's this guy right here, and he's a level 60 Spellblade. So I'm not sure how the two-hander though. I mean, the two-hander you have, Quick, I'm sure is probably more DPS than having two one-handers, but two really good one-handers with more procs. Like I'm wondering how that would factor in damage-wise. Like these are things that it's going to be really hard to know without having a DPS meter. I don't know why people use anything but two-hander. All the abilities with weapon damage on it factor too much. They do. With int scaling, I think you can do some crazy things with procs and dual wield. Yeah. Like that. Well, that's another thing that I haven't really tested because I'm low level and it's kind of hard to test. Do your procs actually increase damage based on your intelligence? Because I was shown, from what I could tell, they didn't seem to, but I'm only level 13. They do? Okay. But it's like, what, 30 damage? So that 30 damage turns into something like 60 damage? Because intelligence, like 150 to 200 intelligence, like doubles your damage. Somewhere in there. It'll double weapon or magic damage. It's like a pretty significant increase. 20 int was giving you 4 damage on the infusion proc and 2.5 damage per int on nukes at level 60 scaling. Wow, so it's giving you even more for the procs. Yeah, that might be the way to go. Like getting for a Spellblade to get to max out their dex, strength, and intelligence. Get as much dex, strength, and intelligence as they possibly can, and then getting super fast weapons. Didn't they normalize delay on procs? So it doesn't matter what. Well, they said they normalized it, or well, sorry. Previously, Nick, who no longer works on the game, Nick said that it was kind of normalized with some RNG to it, so it was kind of confusing the way he was explaining it. But I don't know. I have no idea if they normalized it or not. I feel like the Spellblade, though, procs a lot. Like a crazy amount. My level, 12 or 13 Spellblade, it's like every other attack procs. More recently, they talked about damage scaling with delay or something. Damage scales with delay, kind of. Not like I don't know what they mean by that. I didn't read that. But your weapon's damage delay ratio, so damage divided by delay, the higher the number, the more damage these abilities do. So it says weapon ratio damage. And then this one will also say weapon ratio damage. So it'll be 125% of the weapon ratio damage. Most of the new abilities for melee damage scale with weapon ratio. Yeah, exactly. So I don't know about the proc chances. I feel like it's just faster attacks gives you more procs. So maybe that's going to be two different ways you could build a Spellblade. Build a Spellblade with a lot of strength and get the bonus damage from strength and then a little bit of dex and a little bit of intelligence, or build very high dex, very high intelligence and get a lot of proc damage, but then lose out a little bit on strength. Strength is one, though, that's very easy, much easier to cap. So, like you can see here, if I take like this and I put it on, and I put this on, I can get my strength really high. Like this is just normally group buffed. My strength is 213 in this group. So, yeah. Well, actually, might be 218. Do I have this buff up? I don't think I have this buff. I don't. Oh, whoops. I gave that to Quick. Didn't give it to myself. And then you can also add in Strength Potion on top of that. Oh, no. I must have had that. Where's that at? Oh, it must not stack anymore. They must have removed that to where it doesn't stack with exceptional strength. That's probably what it is. I think proc is just based on dex. Dual wield was used before because it was guaranteed damage every hit or miss. So probably best two-hander or one-hander combo you can get your hands on. Yeah. Think the bear has rabies? It might. Still testing it more, but currently strength int dex focus with the shaman and enchanter buffs. I'm at 175, 121, and 130 int. That's pretty good. It's pretty good. I'm wondering though what would happen like if you Like, what would be better, though, using a strength potion, a dex potion, or an intelligence potion? Since those three don't stack, you can get plus 20 on any of those three. Like, which one would end up being the best overall? Strength would increase your melee hits a little bit. Dex would increase your procs more often. You know, so, like, I don't know. When I got to 1 strength, I lost max hit, which was weird. That's very strange. Your max physical damage went down? Huh. Yeah, the mana consumption on the Spellblade seems okay. It doesn't seem too bad. Like, you have pretty good sustain, I feel like. What's your thoughts on deity, quest change, and rewards? I don't like the idea of faction grinding to find out I went down the wrong deity for some unique spell or something. That's going to end up being one of those min-maxer nightmares. We're just going to have to try different things out and see what each one offers and then kind of go that direction. The whole faction thing, just factions in general, they could do them like they did in EverQuest, right? And then people are swapping factions all the time to get the best rewards. I personally feel like you should be able to choose a direction and there should be equal rewards on both sides. That's going to be very hard to do, though. So, like, I'm not a big fan of it. All right, I'm going to get back on the wizard and we'll try that out. So what did which one did I get? I got magistrate. Mine's only 20 right now, and it's dumping pretty hard. Run out of. Oh, you're talking about your spell blade? Yeah, it's going to be very gear dependent. I mean, Quick's pretty geared, so it may be better on Quick because he's fairly geared. You also have to remember that your mana regen is based on your intelligence. Well, not fully, but some of it's based on your intelligence. Dark and Darker, you have to donate money to your god as a community fellow specifically. They're going to do that similar in this game as well. Not exactly the same, but they're going to be making it to where you can donate for faction. You can also do quests or kill certain mobs and things like that. If you stay in a stance and never use conduit, it's pretty good, but that defeats the purpose. Yeah, to some extent. I feel like not using conduit is good in some ways, because you want to save your conduit for like interrupts. If you're fighting against spellcasters. In a group with Enchanter Bard, I could see it being a lot more manageable. I did have Necro feed to keep up. Yeah, Necro shouldn't have to feed people, though, I don't feel like. Like, that should be... the Necro feed should be more like emergency situations, not like standard gameplay. At least in my opinion. Because that, to me, that feels bad. Like, oh, I'm in a group to pump somebody else for damage. Necker should be emergency option type feed. Yeah, that's what I feel like as well. Who we hitting here? All right, this one. Necro be emergency. With Wizard, you're doing 679 damage discharge. That's pretty solid. Yeah, like I feel like this nerf today, the nerf to Wizards, feels really bad. Oh, geez. Let me mem root. Because I am not helping with CC right now. Yeah, see, this is what feels kind of bad, though, is... Like, I'm using up all my mana to do this. Meanwhile, you have, you know, other melee DPS that are just... They're going to be able to keep going for a lot longer. And I'm going to end up having to just sit down and meditate. They gotta do something about that. This feels bad. What's your DPS compared to the others? But I agree, it feels bad even if you're doing similar DPS over 5 minutes. I guarantee you Quick's DPS is better than mine. OOM after nuking all the lobies. Yeah, but you go OOM, right? But then you can still auto attack. That's the problem. Like, you might be out of mana, but you can continue to do damage where I can't. And that's so like they need to factor that in. They do not get sitting mana regen while standing. No, they do not. They get mana regen while standing, some mana regen while standing, but not sitting mana regen while standing. So I'm going to be completely out of mana now. I can literally do nothing else in this fight. So now I'm just going to be sitting here twiddling my thumbs until I get mana. This is the part of the wizard that feels bad. And this is the part of the wizard that they did not change. Or they broke again. It was bad before, and then they fixed it, and then they broke it again. So it just feels bad. Like this. And I get some classes, some people are going to want to play a class that's like this, sure. But if they're going to make it to where you have to sit down and meditate to do nukes, and then sit down and meditate to do nukes, you either have to have it to where the arcane volley, do the arcane volley, or don't do the arcane volley. Because if you're trying to do arcane volley and then nuke and then reclaim and then arcane volley, nuke, reclaim, that's sustained damage. It just doesn't work. It just doesn't work. It's a terrible job. Sorry to whatever dev designed this and decided to make these changes, but in my perspective, it's a bad job. But that's just like any MMO. Casters have regulate and use their mana. You should have another class in the game to help with that, like a bard or enchanter. Does enchanter or bard not have mana regen ability? They do. I currently have the mana regen ability right here. 12 mana per tick. So I currently have that buff, and I still can't maintain the mana. You are correct. That is the case in most games. It's not currently balanced for that, though. Like, they need to either give us more mana regen or give us more damage so that we can maintain. We talked about this before. If I do 20,000 damage in 30 seconds and then I have to meditate for 60 seconds, effectively, I'm doing 20,000 damage in 90 seconds. So then if a melee class is able to do 21,000 damage in 90 seconds without having to meditate or whatever, then they are effectively a better class. So they need to consider that. Right? So like they need to increase the damage of the wizard or lower the mana cost or something. But they didn't do that. They, in fact, made it worse with this patch that they put out today. Like, significantly worse. Like, I don't care how they want you to play it. If they want me to sit down and meditate to full mana and then burn mobs down and then sit down and meditate and then burn mobs down, that's fine, but balance it. Like, make it to where I feel like I'm impactful. That's why I asked more damage on spells. Yeah, exactly. But, I mean, so you see how much damage I'm doing. You can see my damage right up here. I'm doing 1,300 damage, which takes me 2.5 seconds to cast. And then there is a recast timer on that. The Spellblade in my party is doing like 700 damage per cast. And on top of that, melee damage. So you see where the difference is? Like that's a huge difference. And they're doing it in a 1 second cast time with like a 1 second recast time. So they're doing equal damage with their nuke and they're able to melee on top of that for free. No mana cost, and they have procs on top of that. So it's not currently balanced. It's way off balance wise. Wizard class should never be lower than melee. Yeah, exactly. Damage needs to go up for wizards. Yeah, and it was fine yesterday. The damage on the wizard yesterday was good because I could sustain the damage for a long time. I was doing my volley and then a nuke and then a reclaim and then volley, nuke, reclaim, volley, nuke, reclaim. So because I was doing volley, nuke, reclaim, I was able to maintain that damage almost indefinitely with 0 downtime. So, but I had the bonus, the additional bonus of being able to burn my mana very quickly if I wanted to for burst damage. So I had similar sustained damage to a Spellblade, but I had more burst damage than a Spellblade. And then when you factor those things in together, then it's like, okay, well, that's fair. That's balanced. But like right now, with the current iteration, what they did today, you wouldn't want to put you would always put a Spellblade in over a Wizard if you had that option. Every time. There's no benefit. There's no benefit to a Wizard over a Spellblade outside of having like teleports, right? Or having 10% more damage from magical effects, which doesn't really, I mean, it helps a little bit, but it's not substantial because it's only magical effects, so that's only going to affect other spellcasters in your party. And I'm about to be out of mana again with this fight because this is a long fight. So, and then I'm going to twiddling my thumbs again. And I'm out of mana. So now I get to sit back down. I can't contribute at all. Feels bad. Exactly. Sandwich time. It's 5-course meal time. Like I could literally eat anything right now. Because I'm just going to sit here and do nothing. Which I'm fine with downtime. Like, having some downtime is fine. Like, I don't have an issue with that. But balance out the downtime for the uptime. They just got to balance it. Wizard doesn't need more damage. It needs spend less mana. Well, that's the thing. How can you really go down in mana cost from this? This is only 149 mana. Like, it's not much mana. If you really think about it, I have 3,400 mana. Well, 3,200 mana, I guess. Like, I have over 3,000 mana. 149 is not much. It's just the fact that over time, you burn it all. So if they reduce mana cost, why do I have a spell, level 60 spell that I'm using right now at 149 mana, but then my level like 8 spell is about 50 mana? Like that, their numbers are just all over the place. Like they need to decide what they want to do with the wizard and do it. But it changes as you level. Like it's literally like it's here, then it's here, then it's here. They don't have like a consistent way of playing the class. So you have to like learn how to play the class at various levels, and it's different, which doesn't feel good. My nuke is 250 minus 25 if in the right stance. So yeah, yours is more mana cost, sure. But you also only spend mana on just that nuke, whereas I spend mana just to do exceptional volley, 55 mana to do, like 80 to 100 damage per volley. Well, per missile. So in a single missile, I'm doing, or a single volley, I'm doing like 500 mana or 500 damage at most in a single volley. I'd have to see exactly what you're doing per hit with your weapon. But anyway, it's just, they just need to balance that out. Wonder why they changed the reclaim? They changed it for 2 reasons, both of which were not the complaints of the players, to my knowledge. They said, based on our feedback, they changed this, and it was like, that's not the feedback that I was reading. It was different feedback. So I don't know. Sounds like they need to give more damage, but also increase cast time or in between cast. Something, yeah. They just need to balance it out. Welcome to the rest of the casting classes? No. No, 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 no. I mean, you can't compare them to like the Elementalist or the Necromancer, because the Elementalist and Necromancer both have pets. They're both getting free damage all the time from their pets. So they could be sitting down meditating while their pet is still doing damage. It's very, very different. I have 260s. I do, yeah. I could have more, but I also camped a lot of mobs. I've done a lot of other things. I could probably have a third 60 right now if I was just leveling characters. What if Wizard gets a spell that is free to cast after volley, which gives you the sustained damage as melee, but makes the casting time long, so you can't really use it solo unless you root? I mean, there's a lot of things they could do. They could go a lot of different ways. They just need to factor that in. I feel like part of the problem is literally this right here is part of the problem. Whoever is making the wizard doesn't fully understand how people are playing the wizard. They think that Arcane Invocation is every 5 minutes when it's actually every 10 minutes. That right there makes a huge difference, because Arcane Invocation at level 60 is giving me 165 mana 5 times. So that would be 500, 825 mana every 10 minutes. They're thinking it's 825 mana every 5 minutes. If you do that math, it changes things drastically. Right? Did I do that math right? I don't know if I did that math right. I think I did. It should be 500 plus 300 plus 25, right? So 825. So yeah. It's a very big change, right? So 1/3 of your mana every 10 minutes. Yeah, exactly. Now, if it was double that, if it was every 5 minutes, then that would be, 1,600 mana, be 1,650 mana every 10 minutes. Okay, maybe we're getting a little bit closer to where we need to be there, but it's still off a little bit, I feel like. So, like, that right there tells me that they're not looking at the numbers properly. They're just not. Like, their math is wrong, and their thinking is wrong. Unless they were just completely mistaken and they knew it was 10 minutes and they just wrote 5 minutes. But how are we supposed to know that? I can only go based on what was written down and what we're being told. So anyway, the whole thing just feels bad. It just feels bad, man. Like, it feels bad. Wizards need to remove reclaim and make mark reclaim mana as a percentage of damage dealt. The volley is free, so it regains some mana. Maybe. I like what they had before. It was literally yesterday before they made these changes. It was literally volley, nuke, reclaim, volley, nuke, reclaim. That was the rotation. And I was still spending mana. I could still run out of mana. So I had to use my arcane invocation every 10 minutes to maintain. And I would still run out of mana if we were constantly pulling, because I didn't have any time to sit down and meditate. But what I could do is when I run out of mana, I could still do volley, reclaim, just those two, and forego the nuke for a couple of pulls and gain my mana back. And then I could go back to my volley, nuke, reclaim rotation. That felt a lot better to me than this. Like, significantly better. Volley nuke reclaim was good for quad. It's currently best to nuke, reclaim, finish mob with volley. That's exactly what I'm doing. Yeah, that's how I did it today, Quackums. It was like five or six nukes with my mana surge ability, and then reclaim, and then nuke to finish them, and then rinse and repeat. 100% uptime felt good, even if the DPS isn't anymore. It just feels better. It does. Yeah, it feels a lot better to have that 100% uptime. Just to be able to feel like you're contributing to a fight. You know, you're not just sitting down doing nothing. That just feels bad. It's unfun. And hopefully they get that feedback from other players. I'm assuming they will. Like, I don't think that I'm far off from what other players are going to feel. You know, another thing they could do is they could increase the amount reclaimed if they're going to make it 30 seconds long for whatever arbitrary reason they think that they're making it 30 seconds long. They could absolutely... uh-oh, did I lose my buffs? They could absolutely just increase the amount reclaimed. That's part of the problem, is that they increase the amount reclaimed by a total of 25 mana, and then they increased the recast time though by 6 times. So you reclaim you were getting 100, now you're getting 125 mana back, so you're only getting a 25% increase for your mana return for a 6 times longer cooldown on your reclaim ability. Like, that's just like, what? So ultimately, you're reducing the amount of effective mana that a wizard has by 5.75. Like, 5 times and then 0.75. That's a lot. Like, that is crazy. Yeah, it didn't just nerf wizard group play, it destroyed wizard group play. Just absolutely annihilated it. They just need to make seal personal, but not additive. So have your own marks to reclaim. Not sure. Yeah, they need to make it the marks personal and not group wide. Then they need to make reclaim like 15 seconds, 10 seconds if they want. Something around there. 30 seconds is way too long. And then adjust the amount of mana that you reclaim accordingly. Like they're trying to move too many numbers at once. And when you move all these numbers at once, it just doesn't work. Jahar said today, Wizards seem pretty split on whether they wanted higher APM or lower APM style. Sandwichy gameplay, sitting to meditate is always part of playing a caster. That's fine. Sitting to meditate is fine. Then you need to increase the amount of damage that they do per spell that they cast. Because now our DPS, because of the way they changed it, our DPS has plummeted. Like yesterday it might have been 200 DPS. Today it's like 100 DPS. And that's not good. Like figure out a DPS number you want it to be and then build the class around that DPS number for the different types of gameplay. The problem is he's trying to adjust the gameplay without factoring in the numbers, it seems like, right? But you have to factor both of those things. You can't just be like, oh, people wanted more sandwichy style gameplay. Okay, cool. That doesn't mean reduce the actions per minute, but leave everything else the exact same number-wise. They don't mean the same thing. Doubling the cooldown would have made sense. The 6 times change is tilting. Yeah, it's ridiculous overcompensation. Bonus of having 2 wizards is you can keep seal on the target at all times, and this adds the communication back. Yeah, that's true. I can see that. Can you show us a good wizard rotation at the moment? Yeah, it's actually really simple. It's Arcane Volley, Nuke, Reclaim, and then Arcane Volley again, and then just nuke until your Reclaim comes back up. Once your Reclaim comes back up, you Reclaim, and then you Arcane Volley. So basically, you just Arcane Volley and Nuke and Reclaim only when Reclaim is available. That's it. That's the current rotation. And that's why they've decreased the amount of DPS that they can do, because they end up running out of mana that way. Whereas yesterday, it was Arcane Volley, Nuke, Reclaim constantly. You're just constantly doing that and still losing mana. So you did have to either use Arcane Invocation every 10 minutes or sit down and meditate sometimes. Because you would eventually run out of mana if you were in a consistent pull group. Now, the thing is, some players will not realize, because they are a much slower group. So, like, if I was in a group that was not pulling very quickly, then I would never even notice that it was an issue, because every single pull, I would sit down and meditate between pulls. So, as a casual player, you're not going to see a problem with this, right? Because you're going to be sitting down. You're going to have plenty of time to sit down and meditate. But the min-max player is absolutely going to notice a big difference. Sounds boring? It's very boring, yeah. I mean, I'm going to run out of mana here in just a minute. Like on a named mob like this, I'm using up like most of my mana bar. There you go. Now I'll get to sit down. Are these not giving the these aren't giving the items that I need. Feels bad. Low level wizard at 100% uptime. My meditate stopped increasing after level 4. Literally had no way to spend my mana. It was kind of silly. Yeah, and I think that's where the balance is going to be kind of off, right? For low level play versus high level play. It's not balanced. They're not. I don't know what they're doing to check the balance, but they're not doing a very good job of it. And they're not changing, like, so like at low level, what's the gameplay, right? Gameplay at low level is volley, 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 reclaim magic. Volley, 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 reclaim magic. That's a low level player. The only difference in a high level player now is volley, nuke, reclaim, volley, nuke, 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 reclaim. Like, it's just, I don't know. Sounds like there needs to be Seal of Magic version 2. There's actually 3 different Seals of Magic. They have a version 1, 2, and 3. But they're only for higher level mobs. So, like, it allows you to put the debuff on higher level mobs. But not the scaling. No, well, I mean, the scaling, I think the amount of mana you get back does scale. So it marks 2% damage. Yeah, this part doesn't scale at all. It's just a higher level monster that it can affect. And then your reclaim scales mana-wise. Where the heck are we going? Seems like a missed opportunity. There's a lot of missed opportunities, yeah. Like, it just feels bad, man. They can't keep. What the heck? Where did these guys go? Oh my god. Did nobody looted this one? I'll loot it for the stuff, but we're not getting the this is frustrating. We're only getting astral powder. We're not getting any of the other stuff out of this. This feels really bad. I can loot it in 3 minutes, so we'll wait here for a couple minutes. Wonder what the low level 1 to 10 rotation feels like now. According to Meta, it was just Arcane Volley and then Reclaim every now and then. Like, what's the low level mana cost? Let's see. So this is level 4 and it costs 11 mana. So you would cast this. You should be able to cast this 5 times. So that would be 55 mana. And then Reclaim is going to get back 25 mana. So you get back half your mana every time you do an Arcane Volley. So basically you just Arcane Volley, Reclaim, Arcane Volley, Reclaim, Arcane Volley. Well, Arcane Volley 5 times, Reclaim 1 time. Arcane Volley 5 times, Reclaim 1 time. And you get, it only costs you 5 mana per Arcane Volley. Or 5 or 6. Might be full mana and ready to DPS. Maybe. That long Reclaim is just going to make rotations and grouping so boring. It's going to be awful. Yeah. One issue is you're still getting marks from melee hits, misses, but that's being fixed in tonight's update. Are they still giving marks from melee hits? I thought they supposedly changed that in here somewhere. Wherever it was. But I just read something else too. This is poorly worded, I feel like. Please spend time. No, not this one. It's important for wizards to have mana. Wow, let me read that again. It's important for wizards to have mana to play effectively. And it's also true that wizards have many stacking ways to speed up mana regeneration. So they do, and I have all of those right now on my wizard, literally all of them, and it's not keeping up. So, yeah. Yeah, they just overdid this plus this plus this. Like, yeah, they just overdid it all. This feels bad once more. Why can't I loot this? There we go. That was weird. They said you get 250 mana a minute. How many spells is that a minute? 250 mana is at level 60 is 1.75 spells approximately, because, well, it's this spell. I can cast this spell 1.75 times approximately, but I also have to factor in the 55 mana for volley. So if you add in these two together, that's like 200 mana, 204 mana. So that means I can use this and this spell 1.25 times per minute to maintain mana, right? So if you think about that, to maintain mana, right, I am just doing 46 fire damage and 695 fire damage or magic damage plus int bonus in a minute. And I can do that indefinitely. That's really low DPS. You don't like the rune system? I remember watching you using it. You don't remember? The rune system's awful. Awful. Yeah, I don't like the glyphs at all. Like, I mean, what am I going to do with the glyph system? I use 3 spells in combat. Every once in a while, I might need a blink, I might need a snare, I might need a root. So a total of 6 spells in combat. Then down here, I just have my buffs. What do I need the glyph system for? Like, it's not like I'm switching up and being like, oh, now all of a sudden I need to use an AoE ability, or now all of a sudden, oh no, I need to cast fire resistance on everybody in the group. Okay, so I just go like this. And now I cast fire resistance on everybody in the group for an hour. And then I take it off my bar. Like, it's not doing... you don't need it. It's unnecessary. The juice is not worth the squeeze, as they say. Correct. You cannot even get enough mana from marks to cast those spells each minute. Yeah, it's sad, man. It's really bad. Can I fall off? I want to see if this works still. Oh, shoot. I didn't take fall damage there, right? No. All right. Where are these people at? Oh, they're over there. Oh, boy. I got to catch up to my group here. Yeah, I just feel like the person or people, whoever's making these updates for the wizard just doesn't play a wizard. Glyphs on Orabar would help incantations, but also just feel staple. You can ignore. Yeah. It was very good yesterday, Quackums. I actually was praising it yesterday. I was like, the wizard feels really good yesterday. And then this update comes out and it's like, what? What? I don't even think it was doing that much DPS yesterday. Like, it was doing a decent amount, but it wasn't like... it wasn't ridiculous. But it's a DPS class. Like, it should absolutely be doing good damage. I can't figure out why they made these changes. For the life of me, I can't figure it out. You know, not even including the changes with Fireball. We're just talking about just the Reclaim Magic changes, right? But then you include the Fireball situation into that. No reason to cast this spell. No reason to cast any of these spells. Maybe cast this one, but no reason to cast any of the additional spells in that line. No reason to cast once you get this spell at level 8. There's no reason to cast any of these other spells, any of the Ice Blast spells, Fireball, anything above the lowest level Flash of Ice, anything above the lowest level Flash of Lightning. No reason to cast Lightning Surge. No reason to cast Burst of Lightning for AoE stuff. So, yeah, for AoE, these are fine. There's, like, literally no reason to cast any other spell once you get level 8, other than that one line. That's another thing that also feels bad. Like, you effectively have one damage line, and then Arcane, or then your volley line as well. Yeah, Fire Spike is a worthless spell. That's just silly. Mana regen on Reclaim needed to get nuked. The current system is also flawed, but the old one gave too much mana. I mean, I wouldn't disagree with that, yeah. I think it was probably, might have been a little too good. But adjust those numbers. Don't completely destroy the ability to use it. I don't know. I don't get it. Problem that we had yesterday, I had faith, could be fixed. Yeah. Actually praising their changes. My real life friend yesterday from limiting a week ago and retiring my wizard. Then this. That feels bad, man. That feels bad. Playing the Archer, try something different. The Archer seems really good right now. I haven't played it, but it seems like it would be really good. Strong damage, a group with a druid friend, and with his snare, it's strong. Yeah, I would imagine with snare and speed of the wild, Archer's probably pretty solid. But again, unfortunately, that kind of leads back to the solo and duos and trios being the best way to play the game. Like you don't need a tank. You just kite stuff around. So hopefully they start adding in some stuff with that soon, where more mobs are going to have more abilities. Has anybody checked out the dispelling abilities with the shadows line, where it dispels movement speed buffs? Archer bonus damage on high ground is a cool concept. It's interesting. They can do stuff like that. It's a cool concept, but I'm curious how well it works. Like, does that mean an archer should just stand right here on this rock? while doing damage to this mob right here below it? Like, is that the idea? So I could stand on this rock, or I could stand on this hill. Or if the monster is standing right here, can I stand right here? Is that higher? Like, that's the issue that I have with it. Like, how much higher do you need to be? Is it like 1 pixel higher? I guess it makes them able to be better in camps without making them OP in kiting. I mean, maybe, yeah. Just higher altitude in general. So 1 pixel is all it's needed. I'd have to play an archer and find out, like, and mess with it. Curious about that too. I asked in the deep dive and got laughed at for asking if an ogre fighter fighting a goblin gets a damage. I mean, I don't think an ogre fighting a goblin or a gnome or something would get a damage bonus, because I'm pretty sure in this game everything is based on where your feet are. So there's like a lowest point and everything affects that. So if line of sight is based on the feet of the target. If you can't see their feet, you can't hit them. They added a stance that rewards standing still for better group play. See, I like that too. You know, like, add stuff like that in for the archer so that it encourages them to be in a group and they do more damage in a group than they would solo. Like, that's a really solid idea. Now, is it implemented well is kind of the question. See, this is working out kind of well. When you pull at this rate, you don't feel too much difference, right? At the rate that we're currently pulling. And I think that's where the devs are probably testing this, is not in a chain pulling scenario. You know, they're assuming pull time. They're assuming a lot of other factors. Tried using Ice Storm to stack for reclaim. No, it doesn't work. With a meta play, we get carpentry to make a soapbox. I mean, think about that, yeah. Get carpentry, stand on a box. Now you're higher level than, or you're higher elevation than what you're fighting, and doing more damage. I mean, I like the idea of it, but I don't think that it works very well. Some stilts. I mean, maybe. They did say that they plan to make it to where gnomes and goblins can like sit on the shoulder of an ogre. Is that going to make them higher up so they're now doing more damage? So if you're going to play an archer, you need to play a gnome or a goblin, and then you need to have a friend that's playing an ogre? Can you shoot while mounted? I don't know. We don't know what they're going to do with that whole gnomes and goblins riding ogres thing. That used up half my mana to kill that one mob. That feels awful. When you use a 10-minute cooldown to get less than a quarter of your mana, yeah. Feels great. Master Blaster. I like it. Oh, dude, pity. I love when people do that. When people are like, I saved so much money on using coupons and for sales, and it's like, no, you spent money. Like, if you go and you buy something for $200, but you saved $200, you would have spent $400, but you only spent $200. You still spent $200. I love that argument. Oh my God, I love that argument so much. Hang on, one second, guys. Some old games used to break down the ST Trinity, the Holy Trinity. Sorry, I wasn't paying attention there for a second. Have a great rest of your stream. Gonna head out. Take care, Don. Have a good one, bud. Appreciate you stopping by. What if Wizard class feature was more efficient nukes? They can spend mana. Others give them better. I mean, sure. But didn't they make more efficient nukes? What is the end game here? Like, are there bosses, raids? There are bosses and raids, yes. They're taking out the raids for now because they're trying to fix them because they are not working properly. But they will have in-game raids for level 60 players to do like challenging stuff with multi-group content and all that. I was grouping the wizard the other night who kept meleeing, said if he didn't, he would be doing half the amount of damage. Is there some mechanic that requires them to have to melee? There is, but not anymore. So when there's this ability right here called Seal of Magic, and it says invoke Seal of Magic, causing evocation spells to activate Mark of Magic for 1 hour, and it stacks up to 5 times. Previously, it was evocation spells or melee. So they could have meleeed with dual wield and gotten those stacks up, and it would be free to do so. But as of this patch today, supposedly, according to the patch notes, you can no longer melee to gain marks of magic. So, yeah. See you tomorrow. Got a headache? Yeah. Speaking of all that, I actually should probably head out too. We have a bit of an issue with our air conditioner, and I need to try to resolve that before 5 o'clock, and it's 4:13 now. So let me go try to resolve all that. I'll be back on here, though, tomorrow morning. Today's Wednesday, right? I think today's Wednesday. So I'll be back on here tomorrow morning around 9 a.m. Eastern. We'll be doing some more Monsters and Memories. I don't know what I'll be doing tomorrow. We might have another patch tomorrow with some updates to the Wizard and Druid again. I don't know. But, yeah, anyway, we're going to be doing that tomorrow. So take care, everybody. Thank you so much for being here. Do appreciate it. It's been fun. I would like to stay longer, but let me go deal with this issue that has come up. And then hopefully, we're good for tomorrow. But have a good one, and I will see you all next time. Bye.